Hear any slurping?
What?
I don't hear any slurping, Kane.
Where's the straw?
Alright.
The UN didn't give you a straw for no reason, Kane. Use it.
Use what your mama gave you. I don't know what that means.
I mean, it fell away from my keyboard, so that's good luck, right? Oh, I'm good.
Yeah. Alright. So,
Wait, 1 second. Speak.
Yes.
Okay, you're kind of quiet for me. Hold on, let me turn you up.
Oh. I really, yeah. Might. Yep.
Okay, yeah, you're better now. Thank you.
Mic is very bad for me. There we go.
that is alright. So, if everyone is ready,
Hmm.
Yep. I'm fine. Just ignore.
Let the game begin.
alright. Welcome on everybody to a game of 10 Candles. This is a tragic horror storytelling game where no one will make it out alive. In this
I'm
game,
gonna like make it out.
you think that, but in this game, there will be darkness and madness, desperation. And because that can lead to some uncomfortable events, I'm going to go around the table and ask if there are any no-go topics that you all hold, of which we will avoid and not confront in this story. So, Hen, do you have any no-go phobias that we want to avoid?
I do not.
Flying Angel? None? Okay, Cyllin?
Very like if you do like very detailed description of like gore or specifically medical stuff is kind of like iffy with me, but like blood, a little bit of blood or like whatever, it's just like the detailed descriptions.
Devs?
I do not.
Okay, Neon? Nothing?
No,
Okay.
I'm good.
And I myself will not encounter, or not be allowing any sort of essay kind of stuff in this storyline. That is my no-go. Anyway, as we start up here, 10 Candles is a game where you play a character who is going to die at the end of the story. This is a story not about winning. This is not a story about survival. It is a story about what you do in your final hours. And every scene that this game holds, we will tell truths of the story using a ritual. When the candles are lit, I will start off by saying these things are true. The world is dark, and for every candle that is lit, go around the table and everyone will say one fact about the game state. It can be anything from, for example, if we are on a road trip of sorts, and could say something along the lines of, these things are true, the world is dark, and we are running out of gas. Followed by Angel could say something along the lines of, but there is a mechanic shop up the road. And so on and so forth until we get to the last candle. The last fact is always the same. The last truth. And we all say it together as best we can in VRC, because Lord knows it's not very synchronized. Is we are alive. Start. I'm going to deal you some cards. These shall say vice and virtue. A vice is a negative trait that causes more problems than they solve. A virtue is the opposite. It is a positive trait that solves more problems than they cause. These are usually one-word keywords for a character. For example, a virtue could be pragmatic, or leader, or realist. And a vice could be something negative, like gambler, or paranoid, or meek. And when you are typing out your responses on this card,
We can
please
take
hit
them
the
out.
OK button instead of clicking off, because sometimes it tends to erase the
Oh.
card if you do not. And I will, while you are writing this out, I will reveal the fact that these candles are already burning. For the game has already started. For as a candle burns, its wax is its fuel. As it burns down, so does the game. The candle goes out, a scene ends. And we move on to the next one. Oh, right. I was going to make a little vote here because I have 3 stories for you all to choose from. I could not decide with this group which one y'all would like best. So before you all lock in, I'm going to let you know of the 3 as soon as I choose the right frickin' monitor.
Loading. I'm waiting.
So, our 3 stories today are the fate of the USS Montana, a lost-at-sea World War II battleship, on a set more grounded in reality than the other 2. Second story is what I call Beyond the End of Time. It's a little bit more abstract than the other two. Well, the first one, rather. This is a story about the end of the universe. Its logical end. The heat death. And the final one is the full abstract one, which may be a bit of a challenge to improv around, but if you are up for a challenge, I might recommend it. Or I call it Pantheon, where you all take this position as gods of Olympus in their final days. So, which all would you guys like to vote for? Bevs?
I vote for the third one.
I like
Neon?
the third one as well.
the third one's good.
Yeah, I'll go Fed. I'm happy with that.
All right. Angel, do you have any qualms about going for the third one? Okay. So while you are adjusting or keeping your vices and virtues for this, I will read out the premise. Pantheon. We are gods, great and terrible. Nothing can remove us from our thrones atop Mount Olympus, save for Zeus or Hera themselves. So why is it that we keep vanishing? Who or what is responsible? At first, it was just Helios. The chariot never departed from Olympus that morn, and the sun never rose over Greece. Hermes was sent to search far and wide for the wayward deities. But in his absence, Venus and Mars were the next to disappear. One by one, the Pantheon becomes ever more empty. And for the first time in millennia, Zeus himself looks worried. Hermes eventually returned, though empty-handed. He did, however, return with a clue. He had conferred with the oracles and received word of a storm headed for Mount Olympus. The age of gods is coming to an end, the oracles had said, for they are coming. Zeus took in these words and with a furrowed brow, as thunderous storm clouds rumbled behind him. He, of course, was not about to accept such a vague prophecy from mere mortals, prescient as they may be. It was Hades who spoke up next, to the surprise of many. Deep in the underworld, an ancient weapon of myth, forged in the war against the Titans, the God Slayer. Time is of the essence, and we must depart at once before the storm reaches Olympus. Our goal, to find the God Slayer, save Mount Olympus from whatever they are. And does everyone have a vice and virtue written down?
I do.
Yep.
I do. For this particular,
Hmm.
For this particular
I might,
thing, are we allowed to choose which god we portray?
Ah, you may. But first, I must reveal one thing, for I have misled you slightly. These are not your traits. They are your neighbor's traits. This
Oh.
is the character you will be portraying today. Does anyone have any questions about these traits?
I'm very happy with this.
Mine is interesting.
I have
And I will say that you all don't have to play a god that exists in the Pantheon lore. You can make one up. You can be a lesser deity if you wish. This is all about your story. I am only here to facilitate it. So if everyone is okay, I will lock in these traits and begin the next step.
Mm-hmm. So I'm handy and narcissistic. It's gonna be a fun combo.
This card is you. This will be the character you are portraying. It is a card only for you. It is to help you remember your identity. So you use this card to write down your name, a slight description of yourself, be it physical, personal, maybe their behavior or personality. Anything that'll help you define who you are playing.
Hmm. Just to make sure, is this Greek or Roman?
As I wrote the premise, I was thinking Greek.
Okay.
Both, though, because you used the names Mars and
Okay.
other things.
Make
Mhm.
things
Oh
up.
god damn it.
Same gods. Don't worry
I will
about
put two names down then that are
It
both
was
the same
Ares and
god.
Greek.
Right.
God damn it.
It's just name that we have to put in here.
Name, a personality, a short description of who they are, whatever helps you define who you are
Okay.
in this game. While you're doing that, I'm going to take a drink of water. And yeah, what's really good about this game is that it's very plug and play. These premises are not from the book. These are ones I have written myself. In the game I played with Scylla as the lead, I stuck around after the game and we talked for like an hour, I think it was, about random ideas. So needless to say, I was a bit inspired.
Listen, I love the Greek god concept, but the first one was also kind of fun.
Yeah, I don't get me wrong, that was the one that I wanted second out of the two. I mean, out of the three.
The second one?
No, the first one was the one that I wanted second if we didn't do this one.
The Fate of the USS Montana.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Always fun being trapped on a submarine.
Battleship.
Battleship. Same diff. Just one higher up the other.
Isn't a
One's
battleship
not
at the
supposed to
bottom
go
of the
under the
sea a
water.
submarine?
A battleship below the sea has failed.
True.
True.
Do you see everything we're writing?
Yeah. Looks like it. And do note that these cards
Aye.
do not support multi-line, so if you need more space, just keep everything on the same line.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize for my poor spelling.
Oh, here we go. What have we done? Thrascia. God of fruit, knowledge is nothing if you cannot use it. Oh, knowledge is nothing if you can't use it. Harvest more than your crop. A small, weak-framed lady uses pretentiousness to throw off others. Sorry, most of that was my Vive headset getting a screen door in front of the wording there.
Did you get?
Oh,
Did you
lovely.
get? Oh no! Did you get one of my cards?
I don't think so.
Did you get my
The-
virus?
I believe the vices went to the left and the virtues went to the right,
Oh.
or was it the other way around?
Oh my god! You got my virus.
I don't
What
remember.
was your vice? I can't see in the moment.
Narcissism.
No, our virtue is
Oh,
on
I
top
did not
of
get
our race right
narcissism.
now.
I got
And
quick
you
witted.
got it.
I got narcissism.
Where am I?
Oh, okay.
I think it would be unfair if I played myself, so that's an input.
That.
Anyone having any trouble with their cards at all?
No.
Think so?
You don't think so?
Yeah.
Bit quiet for me.
I'll keep it short and simple on the card.
I believe they're all filled out.
Anyone still writing?
Almost there.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, sudden rainstorm. That's appropriate.
I could use some rain.
No, thank you for reminding me. I need to turn my world volume all the way up. I can hear that sweet ambience.
Chirpings.
I didn't realize there was any. How lovely.
It's really quiet. It's intention. It's more natural ambience.
I do have some
Mhm.
DMCA free, supposedly ambient tracks on YouTube playing in the background for me, just for the effect.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Did you post any of those in the Discord?
I didn't post any of them yet, no. I can put that over there actually right now.
All right.
Which fucking window did I put this in?
So, hon, is this still the original ambience from when I was on the map when you were testing it?
This is the original ambience, yes.
Ah,
It does have
don't
the
want
smooth
where's the
to
tone
say
Sounds
the
of
thing, but
train
you
in
know
the
what I'm
background.
thinking. Oh, she said it. There's a train that comes in the background sometimes.
Alright, I'm gonna put this in roleplay discussion. Because I don't know if there's a better place for it. There you go. To use that.
Thank you.
Alright, so has everyone finished typing on their cards?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to lock these in. Next up. Alright, was it concepts that we were just filling out, or is that traits?
That is I am.
I am is what we just filled out.
Sylvan? Which step
yeah.
was that?
It was I am. That was step
That was concepts?
concepts. Yes.
Okay, lock those in then. Next up. This is your moment. This is your character's hope in a hopeless world. This is the one thing that will restore a flicker of inspiration. A scene that will happen sometime during this game, wherein a challenge will be presented to you. And if you finish that challenge and you succeed, you will get a bonus dice for every challenge thereforth. And that is yours to keep for the duration of the game. Fail it, though, that hope is lost, and the card should be cast into the flames and disposed of. I would recommend a moment that is at least a little broad, but still specific enough to match your character. So, for an example, my character in the previous game, that was more sci-fi, where everyone was stuck on a moon base, had the moment of hear from my family at least one last time.
Just going off of can I make it related to our actual goal in this scenario?
It might not be a good idea to make it based solely on the goal, because the goal will be near the end of the game and it will be much harder for your moment to become realized.
Just thinking of the character I chose to play and what we're searching. You know what I mean? Okay.
Okay.
Let me think.
Do you think this one's alright, or is this like too open-ended?
Let me see. That, I think, will work nicely. The discovery of something truly unknown to all. For you gods are going to be trekking through Hades itself, the underworld itself, rather, to find treasures dark and forgotten.
Really like this happen.
Oh, press. Oh, couldn't mute myself for that for a second.
What I originally wrote. You want
Need to move my drink.
Okay.
And my I am is blank, but yeah.
That a different weapon I forged could give us a chance. Alright, I can see that working.
Originally, I was going for the weapon we were looking for.
It's blank,
Find
but
beauty
yeah.
in the mess. Oh, did your card erase itself? Ah. Dang it. As long as you remember who you are. What do you get?
You can once we're done with this, we can you can unlock you can go back and you can type it back if you need.
Okay.
Candles that are lighting.
That does in fact work.
Alright, has everyone got their moments all ready to go? Okay. I will lock these in. Let's go back to concepts real quick. Do I just hit lock in again?
You would go back to like deal, and then
Okay, deal. Okay.
it should be clickable.
So you should be able to
again.
click on your thingy and re-enable it.
Yeah, just make sure you click OK when you. Yep.
I think I
and,
get.
and then there it is.
Locked in. Do I need to redeal moments, or can I skip ahead to the next step?
You can just lock in the concepts, and then you can go to the next step.
Okay. We have the brink. This is a card that I will say will be passed to your right. This is the depths you have seen the character to your right reach in their darkest hour, and what you fear that they may be able to reach again when the tensions raise to their highest. This is the brink of insanity.
Is
In
this
this
something that
case-
we should know about the character, or is this something that we make up, period?
This is something that will be the next character over's rank. So, to the right.
Mhm.
This will be something along the lines of, I have seen you murder in cold blood, or I have seen you steal from those
Mhm.
around you. Something simple that can be actioned upon.
Can I just ask,
Oh yeah,
we are
you get a
searching
special
for
card.
this. Oh, do I? We are searching for this thing. What is it we are fighting against? Do we know?
That
Or is it just
is where your
or
card
is it
comes
just
in.
them?
The nature of
It's
them
fun.
is not finite. The nature of them is described at the table. You have a card of which you can describe something about them.
That's what I was hoping to hear.
Specifically, I will
What is
add
your
one
character?
piece of information, and that is that your character knows this about the character that you're passing the card to. So your character knows this in character.
Mhm.
Let's see. For I also have a card you are going to get from me. They have seen you. They know something about your character. What shall it be? Sneaking over here, get an idea.
It's a lot.
Hmm.
It's a lot.
I do have a question as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I
Is
sneak
this
over
supposed to
there
be
and get an
vague
idea?
and for Ven to decide
Sure.
to
In
fill in the
fact-
blanks, or do you want something specific?
That is perfectly fine. In fact, that's probably helpful, explicitly.
Balanced, so vague enough that they can play with it, but specific enough that it's not just like, you know, a nothing card. Speaking of which, I have to figure out what to actually write here.
Oh, I am so glad I read that. That makes things way more fun.
Yeah, I suppose that is a good question. We haven't shared characters. This is
Or should we tell each other our characters then?
it might be helpful. Actually, I will write my name in the so it'll
Well,
make
since
it
you're writing
easier.
one for me, mine is in Greek it is pistis, in Roman it is veritas, and she is the goddess of trust, experimentation, and honesty.
Or are we saying who we are?
Oh, let me change this.
It's only if you want to. I just think it would be interesting if she knew who I was, so she could make something that would be
doesn't have
an
to,
unique spin on the character.
Yeah,
Well, I'm sure all of
specifically,
you
yeah.
would probably know. All of you would probably know who I am. Kinda ugly, bit of a hunchback. Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths and forge.
Mm.
Nice.
Quasimodo.
Yeah, specifically, the brink isn't what your
Husband to
character is
Athena,
now.
because why not? Or Artemis, my bad. Ah,
Oh,
Okay. Has everyone finished out their brink cards, or is anyone having
I
trouble?
am still typing.
Okay,
excited to see what
take
you
your time. While we're finishing up those, I will say that this is a game that plays with darkness. So I'm going to recommend is that you turn off any UI elements that you're comfortable with turning off, including nameplates and the mute symbol if you wish to. If you do not wish to, that is your choice, but it will make poignant moments even more so if you do.
Is there a way to drag yourself in play space without having the borders show?
Do you have index?
Yes.
If you click in both sticks at the same time, that can turn off the chaperone bounce.
I must have turned that off, but and you can change the chaperone settings in SteamVR as well. Like I personally only have the
Gotcha.
4 bounce showing.
How do you turn
Okay,
off,
thank
get rid
you.
of the
Walls.
mic symbol?
That
Is
is
that a thing you can
the
do?
HUD mode.
HUD mode.
I was gonna ask. I never
In-
heard
So
of
What?
I just
Your
figured
icon-
it out just now.
Small menu, Neon, small menu, click on the gear, very top. Very, very, very top.
Oh, thank you. I'm fully immersed.
There's a
I
sound.
wish I knew. Oh my god.
There's a sound when you mute. It goes like
Ow.
Careful.
boop. Whoa.
I will recommend you exercise caution around these candles. Where if a candle goes out, there's no turning it back on. And you can extinguish these candles whenever you wish. There may come a time where you
See?
wish to turn off a candle intentionally, but for the most part, these candles are your strength.
Testing. You can hear me right now, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay. I was making sure I got the right audio
Thanks, Caleb.
cues for muted and unmuted.
Yeah. The unmute is like.
Oh, I like
whoa.
the touch of wearing the mask. That's a good one.
Vebs, do you have your card written?
It on RP.
Yep.
Vebs, do you have your card written? Okay.
I do.
Everyone ready to go? Any further questions?
Yep.
Oh, all right. Lock those in. I'm going to shuffle the card, sends it over. Oh no, I hit rotate first. There we go. Okay. See,
Oh.
now we lock those in. And I'm going to hit this shuffle button. That will shuffle your stack. Let me know if there is at least one person with a moment on top of the deck.
Which one is
Is
Moment?
I see
Moment
one there.
the I will find a hope card?
Yes.
Mhm.
Because then it is on top of my deck. Yeah.
Wait, did everyone end up with a moment on top of their deck?
No, I was just trying to check to see what moment was.
Oh, I
Because
I
you have
one.
one, you have one, you have one.
I have my
Dylan, do
vice
you?
on.
I do not.
Okay, that's good. Okay. Is that a bad thing, or should I reshuffle?
I don't. It's probably fine. It's probably the game recommended not more than one on top, but I don't actually know if that's a good recommendation. It might not be a good recommendation. So, I mean, you probably don't want all 5 on top, but
This shall be interesting, because in previous games there was a problem with getting to these moments fast
Yeah.
enough.
if we're
And I
doing
think this works well.
if you're not doing like the blocking, right? If you're not doing the you need to do the moments and you can't do anything until then, right? And you can burn the card anyway, then it's probably fine to have all of them on top, right?
That should be good then.
Question: Do we have to burn the card on top first?
Yep, this goes in order. And I will say that these cards are powerful. They have a strength to them, but they come with a sacrifice. During this game, there will be challenge rolls presented by me when you guys are going to do something. For example, if you wish to open the doors to Hades, Underworld, rather, that will probably be a challenge. And I will give you a number of dice to roll. That number of dice will be equal to the number of candles still lit. Every 6 you roll is 1 more power to your success. Every 1 you roll will remove that dice from the pool till the end of the scene. For every candle extinguished, I will be rolling against you. For example, somewhere around halfway through the game, say around 6 candles remaining, you will roll 6 dice. I will roll 4. If you are not happy with your outcome, you may sacrifice your top card in order to either re-roll everything or re-roll just the ones. Does that make sense to everybody? I will ask that you wait to re-roll until I say to do so, because I need to unlock the card and hit a couple buttons over on my little DM panel here provided by Cilantro. To make that happen correctly. So,
Does that mean we're sacrificing the top card or using the top card?
at first it will be sacrifices only. You will burn your card in order to gain this power. The final card, which is always the brink, can be reused. Do not have to burn it immediately, for this is your character's last flailings of hope. If you succeed in the reroll, you do not have to burn your brink. But if you fail, you have no options left.
By burning my moment, does that moment happen? Or if I'm sacrificing it for a reroll, does it not happen?
The moment is a little bit different. If I remember correctly, anyway. The moment is a scene that is brought up, and you declare that I believe this is time for my moment, in which I will give you a challenge to succeed or fail. And if you do you burn the card if you succeed as well, or is it just
You burn
only
the card
if
if
you
you
fail?
succeed as well.
Yeah, so once the moment is done, that is when you burn the moment. You can, however, sacrifice your shot at your moment, as any other card would be, if you feel that the short-term gains are worth it.
Gotcha.
Okay.
In general, I would go around and we could read off our moments. I suppose we don't have to do that now, but if you have your moment on the top, I think it's helpful to read it off just so everybody knows, and we can try to push the story in that direction. Can do our best as role players.
I'm okay with that.
So,
because my moment
let's
is
do
on
that.
the top.
Yeah, let's start with Neon first, because we went left last time I did a round. So, what do you have for your moment?
So I will find hope in another, but I had little to no hope in the future. I realized I wrote that sentence completely wrong. But the idea that I will find hope in somebody that I had little to no hope in.
So, it could be phrased as someone you thought was hopeless has hope of their own.
Well,
Yeah, well, I am
I
finding
believe
hope in
more
that,
that
yeah.
I think
they
it's more
find
like
hope in someone else when they are hopeless.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I think I might be
Yeah.
able to make that work. Could be fine. Yeah, I got some ideas. Vevs, do you have a moment on top?
No,
Right, it
I
was you
have
two
my
who didn't.
vice.
You have a hope over there, Flying Angel. Or a moment, rather. Right? Would you read that out for us, please?
Oh,
Muted.
I'm on mute. Yeah.
There we go.
And finding. This is why I need the hub. No. And finding beauty in the mess. That's
Okay.
what I put.
And Henjima, I believe you had a moment on as well.
Yeah, on top is my moment is that a separate weapon I forged could give us a chance.
Okay. So, that took approximately 45 minutes, and this game will take quite a while. So oh, Vebs, you had a question?
Before we move on to anything, I just want to ask, just for clarity's sake, when we burn a card, for instance, I have my vice on the top.
Mhm.
Do we still act out that vice, or is that gone from
yes.
our character?
So this is not sacrificing bits of your character.
Hmm.
This is basically when you burn that card. Generally, it's good form. It's not required, but it's a good idea to use that in some way to dictate why that reroll worked for you. And likewise, if you burn that and fail the reroll, I will use that vice to dictate why it didn't work.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. It's
Anyway,
There's one thing I think that you kind of left out. Yeah, it's not like you giving up your character traits, it's you edging closer to insanity. But Neon has a special brink card as well that I think. 'Cause,
yes, that was from me.
Yes.
I thought I brought that up, but
And the GM.
Did
has
you
a
see
special one
the-
for me.
you saw the "they have seen you," correct? Or did I shuffle that too fast?
You may be muted.
Are you talking?
You're muted.
Oh, I'm muted. Okay. Well, no, I didn't see that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, so-
Your
We might want to unlock that.
I guess I went too fast on that. Your brink. Shall it be secret, or shall I just reveal it to everyone at the table?
I mean, it's
I'm okay with
it's
it.
fine.
I feel
Like
the
we
special
didn't
cards should be secret.
we didn't
You
read it. Like generally, the way I had been running it, we discussed all the cards, but here we haven't discussed any of them. So I mean, it's fine.
Okay.
But it just has a special function, basically, which was what I was pointing at.
Would you like me to reveal what I had for your card, or do you want it to be a surprise?
Would it be a surprise for me also, or it's just a surprise for everyone else?
Your pick.
We can all.
I wouldn't mind it
deafen-
being a surprise for me. Everyone.
Okay.
We can all momentarily
Uh-huh.
deafen if that's necessary, or just
Okay.
leave
Um.
for a bit because.
Wait, wait, hold on. I don't need to know what it is, right? You will bring it up when necessary.
Yeah.
Or-
When you're
Okay.
down to your last moment, you'll see that card revealed, and you have chosen it to
Ooh,
be a
okay.
surprise,
That's exciting.
or your last dregs of hope, rather. All right. So this took a little over 45 minutes to get started on this. So I am going to say that this game takes a while. I am going to pause the burning of these candles for a short break for everyone to get up, stretch, make sure your waters are full, go to the bathroom if you need to, and we will meet back here shortly.
What, 5
Or-
minutes?
5 minutes sounds about average, yeah. I
And
will
then
wait
when
until
that
everyone
last
is ready to go.
candle burns, then we start.
No. Oh yeah, when the candle lights, that's when we start, yes. But I will
Alright,
not
very good.
unpause time until
You guys are
everyone is
so
ready.
poggers.
I will be right back.
Same here. For I need more water. Here, Beck. What?
Yes.
How's it going?
Fine.
Are you excited?
I am. I
Let's
don't know what I'm
go.
doing. I don't know what
None
I'm
of us
doing.
do.
Okay. I think mine is a little bit too I don't know.
No, I think we can somehow do something like that. It might end up being more artistic, maybe, you know, but,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I was thinking it's something like vague but artistic. Okay.
Mm-hmm,
Didn't know how simple or I don't know how simple it should be, but oh well. Can I look back to the other ones?
I don't think we can. I think
Well,
that,
it'll
like,
be a
you
surprise.
can't pick up the next card until... I think you can only pick up one card at a time, and until that one burns, I don't think you can pick up the next card.
Oh, okay. Oh well. Polio.
Can't believe you're not just being Gunther right now. That's fucked up. I want to
Well,
see little
hopefully it'll be
Gunther
somewhere else.
die a horrible death again.
Well, no.
Nah, I'm just
Maybe.
messing around. I can't, but I still can't get over the fact that they just burned you in that tube though that one time. That was hilarious.
No, me neither, but oh well. I was gonna do something to somebody else last session, but I kind of
Oh yeah.
did it because somebody was in that
Mhm,
same place. I was just about to give them the same treatment. if
Mm. It was so funny too because the session right before they burned you, that same group was frantically running around like, "Where's Gunther? He's missing. We're worried about him." And then they just immolate you the next day.
and then they still haven't said sorry or anything yet. I'm still.
No, yeah, I literally heard about it and was like, "What the fuck were you guys thinking?" It's like, "We were doing science." They didn't say sorry at all. They justified it, and they're like, we didn't do anything wrong."
I will justify now everything now just because of that.
Mhm.
Because that's how Gunther is. If you teach him something, he will forever know
Goes.
it.
Here comes a waffle. Watch him as he walks.
Crab walk over.
There goes my waffle. And there goes the neon. Watch her Benui.
This is why I stepped away from the table. I'm like, oh, I don't want to get close to the candles. So get back.
Benoi?
Alright.
Oh, one hand is not moving.
Life is simply unfair.
What are you doing, Neon?
There are times when a single snail can cause the death of 6 billion people.
Neon, high five, Neon, high five.
Yeah, I should have done that.
Yeah, let's go.
Sorry, I was calibrating.
I am snail.
Is that what headset do you use?
Quest 2.
Is that how Quest 2 calibrates?
Oh yeah.
It's crazy.
Is that what that was?
You just do aerobics to calibrate the Quest 2? What the fuck?
So what I'm doing is I have the tracker and the controller in one hand, and I move it in a circle so it can tell where both of them are. So when I move the tracker to my foot, it knows where it is.
I see.
Then it can send you
The tracker knows where it is because it knows where it
because-
isn't.
God damn it.
exactly.
Same brain cell.
Good night, Mr. the Tracker.
Oh, I ate a burger today. This is.
I should get myself a straw as well. I have some orange juice, but
I have pineapple juice. I love pineapple juice.
Do you have any water, Waff?
Water.
Water and water and water,
Which
water
I
and
did
water and
forget
water
something.
and water and water, water and
So
water
I'm
and
re-
water, 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 water and water.
And you're ducking into the darkness. No,
Water
I'm
and
stepping
water
away
and
again because I
water,
forgot to
water
grab something.
and
Be right back.
water, water and water and water, water, water and water and water.
I just realized this was a
Pet the
mistake.
mare. Pet the mare. Pet the mare.
Fuck you.
I fucked up.
Have you seen that shit, by the way, Neon? Did you see what the fuck they were doing in the general chat earlier?
No.
Hey, don't blame me.
Was it my fault?
They
Did
made
I
a pet
cause
the,
this?
they made a pet the mare emote, and now everyone is spamming it.
Is there gonna be a plushie?
I'll get into one day, I'll get into Warp one day.
Talk to the UN.
Hey, do you want to see the
about
mistake I
plushie.
just made? Do you want to see how I just fucked up?
I swear, if I wasn't like incredibly busy doing other things, I'd make a I'd make a the Mayor Fumo.
Wait, you make FOMOs?
No, I don't, but I'd model one.
Oh, I see.
Listen, you did enough doing with this fucking
She has some
skyblock. That shit
Fumos.
is amazing.
I believe that.
You see, Salon might be a bit of a Toho fan.
I was part of a Discord server that was like a whole bunch of friends. We had lots of fun, but for some reason, at some point, it just switched into a Toho server, and that's the only thing to do is post them. The little Fumos
That
and
checks
stuff.
out.
Little
That checks
I don't
Fumo's
out.
just
understand any
doing
of this
weird
anymore.
random meme shit.
No, that
yeah.
checks out. That checks out.
I lost my friends to FOMO.
I miss my friends' tales.
Just want to go home.
I miss my friends' tales. I miss them a lot. I'm just gonna go home.
Sonic, Ramadan is over. We no longer have to fast. It is never time to not fast.
So I have a
This is
question.
pain.
How do we put the candles out? Is it just waving our hands
you-
over it, or?
There is a tiny collider on it that has a very small interact range. So you basically put your hand in the thing and pinch the wick.
But mostly, if we're trying to burn a card,
Don't
can
do
we
that
just
yet.
pick the card up and put it over a candle?
Let me know first, because I have to unlock the card for you. Because if I don't, you have a big pile of interactables that are just kind of there.
But I just want to burn them all.
I'm just going to die. Out to you.
The world must be engulfed in flames.
Sun is a deadly laser.
Thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of
Sun is gone.
garbage.
They're so
Sun is gone,
tiny.
Helios is lacking, you know.
I'm taller than you.
No, you're not. Your ears don't fucking count.
They do. Ears count, right? Ears count.
Ears do not count.
I don't know, but your head doesn't
Yes,
even
do
reach the
count.
table at the moment.
Also, why did you get taller? How did you get taller? How did you get taller?
I didn't get taller. I'm 5'8".
You
I've
were
always been
at my
5'8".
shoulder
And I was
before.
5'8". I think you're misremembering.
Anna is not 5'8".
She is. She's 5'8".
No, she isn't.
Is everyone back, by the way?
Hey, gods!
I returned.
Yeah.
I think
The
so.
mayor isn't even 5 foot tall.
Is everyone ready to start the game?
I don't know. Should I introduce myself?
Yeah.
I kind of made up a god here. I can introduce the character.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's
Yeah.
go, I went counterclockwise last time. Let's start with Hen. Please introduce yourself to the Pantheon in Juma.
I am playing Hephaestus, the Greek god of the forge, blacksmiths, and fire. This is not his voice, by the way.
Flying Angel?
I just have it. My name is Oran. I'm an oracle. Even though they don't see much. Much of nothing.
Okay. Sylvan?
I am playing Relis. Her smooth brown hair ends in curls, and her robes match her piercing blue eyes. She is the goddess of architects and design, and does not have any city of which she is a patron.
Interesting. That's
I am playing a combination of Pistis from Greek mythology and Veritas from Roman mythology, basically two names for the same god, with but a customized version. They are traditionally the goddess of honesty, but she is the goddess of trust, experimentation, and honesty. And her description, if you would, is just imagine this is her basically for now. You know, I don't want to make character design.
easy enough. And Neon.
I have made my own god. Horatia. She's the god of fruit, and she tends to like to talk a little too much about things that don't need to be talked that much about. She's probably very, very low on the pantheon structure, but for someone who's part of the agricultural sort of area of gods, it's probably an interesting fact that she might be trying to engage herself in the politics of ego in the royal court, or the godly court.
Right.
I have put my character's name in my status, so if anybody forgets, because well,
Yep, that is a
You know what?
good
That's a
way
good
to
idea.
make sure
I'm gonna
that
do that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though my yeah.
I went to go look up at my name tag, make sure mine was set, and my neighbors like fell over or something.
I am.
Spooky. Shall we get started then?
I am ready.
Sorry, I'm gonna cancel this whole thing now. We can't start anymore. Sorry.
And GM, I'd
Salute.
like to
Fine,
report.
cool.
I'd like to report
later.
somebody. They're power gaming. They're playing a god.
Yeah.
You're all
Somebody's
gods.
literally
That's what we
god,
are.
god,
We're all
god modding right
gods.
now. Somebody's literally god modding.
Beforehand,
God
can we
modding,
choose
God
an
modding.
existing god? DM said yes.
Really?
Alright. So, as we get started, I'm going to light the final candle, and the lights will dim. Stars have gone out, Mount Olympus. The gods have begun to start going missing. I know this isn't the normal path of this, but just to get you guys ingrained, or guys ingrained, I keep saying guys, sorry, ingrained in the ritual, I'm going to start us off with scene ritual. These things are true. The world is dark. Benjamin, one truth about the situation, please.
Ting. 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 A blacksmith is
Generally out of
working at his
character.
forge. Oh,
This
out
is
of character.
the yeah, this is the truth of the situation right now.
What is true is that many gods of Olympus have already abandoned the mountain.
Angel, you?
Well, they all left, then they all seem to be quite scattered. Not going two separate ways instead.
So the gods have scattered from Mount Olympus, is what you're saying?
Yes.
3. Scylla.
The labyrinthine structure in the depths of Tartarus was partly designed by Relis's hand.
4. Vevs.
The only gods who are willing to do anything about this situation are the ones at this table.
5. Dion.
The underworlds themselves have emptied out. There's no more souls there.
6. Me. It is unclear whether the God Slayer is myth or fact. 7. Pen.
There's more than one God Slayer.
Okay. 7, right? 8. Angel. I believe you are mute.
We all huddled up and to a group to discuss possibilities, anything about such matters.
So you're saying that the... could you say that again, please?
And we all came up together with a plan to see what can be done.
9. Celine.
Hellish echoes periodically punctuate the pits
Okay.
of
And
whatever.
for the number 10 truth. The final truth. It's always the same. We are alive.
And we are alive.
Yeah.
We are alive.
You may begin.
Darlings, I appreciate you calling me here for help, but and I think we don't have time to dally.
I would agree.
If you're all going to give up too, then, you know, I might as well not waste my time.
Have we given up?
But
We're
they
the
all
only ones
have.
doing anything.
I can see it. I can see this meeting happening here, but I'm sure we can do. We're doing something that that can be done. Suppose that we're all here all together, so we just need more.
Indeed.
In the back of the hall,
Ephesus.
you hear a small ting, ting, ting,
Ephesus.
as a short man is not paying attention to your meeting, but working on an anvil he brought himself here, by the way. Working on, and he hears you. What? What do you want? We already know what we have to do. And he'll put his hammer down.
Indeed. And I wanted to know if you know anything about these supposed God Slayers.
God we're fighting, or is it something else? There are multiple God Slayers. I know that at least one of them is in the depths of Hades. And can I use my moment right now? Seeing as I'm being asked?
This might bite me in the ass later, but I will allow it.
Okay.
So
I'll use my moment
you
right now.
are attempting to see if... What are you attempting to do about the moment? What is... See, you
I'm
had
attempting to tell them that a weapon I forged could also work.
So I will allow this. So let's see if that work. No. This is your moment to try to convince yourself and the others that a weapon you have forged that does
Uh,
not have enough dice. 1 sec.
Reset. Yeah, reset. So I just let go, and yeah,
I'm just gonna tell
it does that for some reason the first time. I'm not sure why.
That all 10 now?
I'm just going to say,
That's
as a god
missing one
slayer in
still.
Hades,
And roll end scene. There we go.
There we go. That should be 10.
I don't know why it does that.
6, 7, 8. That's 9.
That's still 9. And roll.
What?
And see. Play player, you roll dice. Give me the dice. That's 10. Okay, good.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah. It's
So,
first time it does that for some
Hephaestus
reason.
will say,
No idea.
Hephaestus will just say, stepping back from his anvil. I know of a god slayer. I know of a god slayer that Hades had down in the depths of Tartarus. But there was one I had up here, if we could find it. It's on the way.
Sixes and 2 ones. And seeing as there are no candles extinguished, this is an unchallenged roll. You may
in for
take
me.
narrative control over your moment.
If we can make our way down there and find both of them, there's a chance that maybe all of us can get through this. Everyone else has left. It's only the people in this room that believe there's any hope. If we can find both of these weapons, then maybe it's not all for nothing.
That be
You said it
your
was on
card,
the way.
Explore? As you have provided yourself, along with your compatriots, a shred of hope in a dark time, you have been awarded 1 hope dice. Yours to keep for the rest of the game. It cannot go away if it rolls a 1. Roll now.
Huh? I swear these halls haven't been
I see.
this dusty in all my time here. Hephaestus, can you stop working on that? You're smoking up the place. Oof. You say you have another weapon. We should get on that rather than whatever you're working on there. Ugh. The air in the
Indeed,
underworld's
if it's on
probably
the
cleaner.
way- If it's on the way to where we're gonna go anyways, then I don't see why we shouldn't stop there first.
I listen, if I'm not working, I don't know exactly what it is I should do. So, I've given us options. I cannot decide. I will go along with whatever you decide.
I think you should come with us, Hephaestus. I think you should come with us, and while we're on the move, have some kind of small adjustments you're making to weapons just in case something tries to stop us along the way.
And try to lead us to them both. I don't know where Hades
Indeed.
put the second one, but
You sure?
okay. And Hephaestus will grab his hammer off of the anvil and walk to the rest of the group. His little hunchback, making him walk kind of like this. Okay. What?
So why a weapon, of all things? It always has to be a weapon. Why couldn't it be something else?
I mean, they
'Cause
were
they're
called
coming.
god killers for a reason. Can't exactly kill gods with something that isn't a weapon.
Oh,
You have a
Horacio,
tablet of all things. I just
they are
Wouldn't hear
coming.
much of that.
They have no intention of letting us live.
I
We have
Find
no
other
choice
ways to
but to
get rid
fight.
Are you sure you can
Unless
make
you
all
want to
the-
just walk out and let us go do it ourselves.
I mean, if you wish to
It'll take
fight them
a long
yourself, you
time.
can.
We don't
When I
have
say
the
we should look
time
for other
me to
alternatives
begin
other
with.
than swords and spears. None of us here are gods of war. Why should we act like this?
Indeed, but there's no use trying to look for an alternative solution without going towards one at the same time. You go towards one solution while trying to look for others along the way.
I'm just posing a question. I'm not saying we shouldn't.
It's the best chance we have, darling, and that's why I'm here. You know, the God Slayers, they are before my time, but I can at least guide us through the parts of the underworld which I had my hand in. After that, well, who knows where it is, but
We all have a well, at least well enough abilities to do at least some things. At least this is why you're all here, of course. Yes, you are here to put your abilities to it the maximum, and well, I believe we can do much with what we got, and from what I see, we're all
Indeed.
Be
capable
honest.
of fighting with it.
I'll be honest, I'm unsure. Part of me just wants to stay here and let it all play out, but seeing as you've brought me here and asked me about what we could do, I gave you my answers, so whatever you decide.
And you, since you've used that, since you made that weapon, you're quite capable of using it. Then would you be the first to
Naturally.
try it out? Then I guess.
I made it. It doesn't mean I'm capable of using it. I made these god killers for other gods. What use does a lowly smith, someone who looks like me, have for weapons of war?
Well, you never know until you try, now do you?
It's always such a gamble.
You said, Relis, you said you might know a bit about what it's like down there. We wouldn't get lost. You could lead us.
oh yes, the otherwise, incredibly drab construction of Tartarus has been livened up by my design.
Oh, I do look forward to seeing that.
You can lead
What
us
changes
to the
have you made?
armory. We might have a chance.
Well, it's positively inescapable, but considering that we're going the other way,
Oh,
we should have no issues.
I should be able to give you a way of the road over there. I should be able to see something in case something, if I happen to see them or players,
Mm.
wherever they might be. I
Indeed.
should be able to sense at least.
Mm.
Oh, it's only for a price, but yes.
Gracia.
yes, darling.
I know it's not what you want to be the answer. And hopefully it isn't the only answer, but along the way maybe we might find something else, okay? But
No, I certainly.
either
Hope
way,
that we do.
I want you to come with us if you can. The more people
Oh,
we
I'm
have on
following.
this, the higher chance we have.
I'm curious to see how this goes on anyway. And I want to see the new architecture.
Mm.
Oh, come along.
Mm. Good.
Good. Well,
I think it's a bad idea.
it's like
But if we
honestly,
could find
it's like
even
we're
one
there.
of them.
Go ahead, darling.
Sorry. I apologize. Just if we could find even one of
Self-doubt.
them on our way down. If we could just find one, and then maybe... maybe We have a
Might had chance.
Well, the sky is dark, but just as a reminder, we're not in the underworld yet. You know, Helios is not doing his job. Oh, these halls are much too smoky, and I think I will be taking my leave. Let me know when you are all ready to follow, or if you have any better ideas. Although I welcome any that you might think of. Horacia.
Well, I suppose we could discover philosophy of whatever possibilities are at hand. What about instead of a weapon, we make a, a god unifier? Would that be possible?
Well, we're not fighting other gods.
Give me the
We're
materials
looking
and
for
maybe
something
2 or
strong
3
enough to kill a
centuries.
god.
I could work on it. I don't think we have that much time.
Oh, but what do you
We're
have
not
left?
fighting other
Wouldn't it be nice for them to come back?
Olympian
Would
gods.
make it a lot easier, wouldn't it?
That's fair, but I don't think we have the time for that.
The stars have
Well,
already
I'll keep
gone
thinking,
out.
then.
A great clattering can be heard. The doors to your room in the Pantheon smashes open. A small, feeble servant comes running in. My gods! Karen says he's ready to take you across the River Styx whenever you are ready to go. The gates of Tartarus are ready
very
for you
well.
to open them.
Wonderful. My boat is
Very
here.
well.
Well,
You know, I've never actually been allowed down there before. I can't wait, honestly.
Will your anvil fit on the bow,
it's-
or was it to sink?
We should all be able to go, but I promised myself I'd never go down there.
who's been
Oh dear, we're
keeping
about
up
to lose
with
one of us
plays
already.
there?
No,
Just look at the
I'll
sky,
come
darling.
with-
We're basically already there.
We're already here, and
lead the way. I'll be able to... If we find one of them, I'll be able to pick it out from a lot. Just don't expect me to... I still can't decide. But if you go now, if we all go now, I will come with.
Well, let's not waste any time then.
She stands up and starts walking for the door.
Do you need any help with that anvil?
We leave the anvil here. I just bring my hammer.
Are you sure? I'm sure the Oracle would love to carry it for you.
Bring it if you like. I'm not going to have any time to make anything down there. Realize this whole time, little hunchback man was like looking back and forth, rocking back and forth, very unsure about what we're about to do. But if we all leave now, this little hunchback god is going to follow you. With a hammer in his
Okay.
hand.
just look at the bright side. If we do manage to make it alive, at least we'll be the next top tier gods of that's just gods. The ones who haven't
yes.
backplayed as much. So
The new gods of
It'll be midnight.
Olympus. I should have left with my wife and my brothers when I had the chance. But we have a chance here. So, lead the way.
indeed we must. Off we go. Do we have enough space for this? I thought that this was bigger.
The boat is
Yeah.
more than spacious. Ferries, what, all those souls every day?
A
All right,
dark,
Karen,
cloaked
take us away.
figure. You recognize as Karen beckons you aboard the boat. You begin to sail across the ocean of lost souls, the river Styx. As you move forward, a solemn atmosphere felt aboard the boat. Travel may take some time.
Oh, I was wrong. The air here is somehow worse.
It was like
I mean, it
depression
is a river
manifest.
Styx.
Oh well.
Get a good reading of this place. It's just so clustered. Everything here just mess. Can I even find here? Jeez.
Hmm.
Well,
Has anyone
The
been down
entire
here
boat
before?
ride.
I suppose you have.
The
Can't
entire
even
boat
quite
ride,
tell where we
Hephaestus
are
will
right
just
now.
be at the edge of the boat, kind of muttering to himself under his breath and shaking back and forth. Any attempt to talk to him, he is not going to respond while we are on this boat.
Hmm. It's so dark I can't even see the top of this cavern.
You've come down here before. How long does this boat ride take? You must be there soon.
that depends on who's taking it. I presume we'll probably make it quite fast considering the situation. That being said, Oren, if you look into the river, what do you see?
Let me
How are
see,
the currents flowing today?
may I have
And with
something?
that- I will make this a challenge for you. See. You will note that a couple of dice have been removed from the pool. Previous roll rolled a couple ones. Two successes and 3 ones. You may narrate what you see in the ocean of lost souls. Damp, miserable cavern.
God. Okay. Seems to be. As far as the scriptures and how we long ago it was, looks pretty much same. There's like the soul seems to be moving away from the area. Is that normal? Aren't they supposed to be clumped up together? But I think I see something in the horizon. Some person in there. It's too hard to catch on. I need to get up. Is there something inside? Is there something and that we might have that I can see clear?
I peek over the edge.
Someone
Mhm.
somewhere. How interesting.
My vision is not as wide as well as it used to be. Not with this place here.
Oh, yes.
But the road should be clear, so if all else, that person couldn't know. Just get that weapon out just in case.
Well, let's hope it's Hades himself ready to greet us on the other side. But for now.
It would make this journey a lot easier.
Oh, that made me forget. Did we need to bring any offerings or any thoughts for Hades?
Of course not. He
Hmm.
doesn't. He abandoned the mountain too. He does not care what we do if we can stop everything from happening.
Or maybe he
Oh.
does. Who knows what he thinks?
He changes quite a while, so
I'd be surprised if he was still down here.
Me too, honestly. Me too.
Well, in case it does happen, our presence is more than enough of a gift. Well, some of ours, I suppose.
Thank you.
I wonder if they're down here.
And who's there?
You know.
No, it could mean many, many, many people.
I'm talking about the fucking things that have been taking the mountain.
Oh, I have no idea. That's not a question for me. You should be asking me that. Try the oracle.
I
You
mean,
might be
I
able to give you
wasn't.
some sort of answer. Or a vague one, at least.
but who exactly? Let's see. Couldn't quite hear.
I haven't seen any such
Mm.
things, but I'm sure they exist.
There's glimpses of them, but not much.
Small light seen in the distance as your boat approaches the gates.
Hmm. Do you see that?
Oh, wonderful. Someone's home.
Or maybe it's a sign. Who knows?
What a stark
could it
contrast
mean?
is darkness.
Salvation? Or the end?
Salvation in the depths of Tartarus.
Are you just trying to be ominous? What's going on?
I'm just asking questions.
Hmm?
I thought that was your forte. All of yours was answering them. Sorry, I was presumptuous.
Sure, we can't go back.
What, do you think I'm the goddess of knowledge or something? I'm the goddess of experimentation.
Oh, you would have learned something during that, haven't you?
Well, sure, but they're inherently different. Answering questions and testing to find answers are inherently different.
It seems like the same thing to me. Knowledge is knowledge.
One is the process of gaining a knowledge, and one is the outcome after you already have the knowledge.
All the knowledge comes in that price, so
Or is that why you choose to find them? Oh, sorry, did I assume that too?
Unfortunately, we're not here to gain knowledge. We're
Yeah, we're
here
here to get weapons that we can't
to
use.
find something.
You don't know we
Help us
can't
some-
use them. You don't know.
Well, judging by all the information we have, it seems more than likely that would be the case. But I'm here and wondering if we can.
What
sail
information
so
do
long
we
till
have aside from
discover
the fact that they're weapons? What information
The
do we
fact
have
that
aside
none
from
of
the fact
us
that they're
are able
weapons?
to use them.
Who said that? No, he said he can't because he's an old, decrepit man.
That's only a point in my favor. We've got Oracle, who
I'm
can't
sure-
see. We have a wonderful architect. And we have you.
Why are you even trying to do anything then?
What else is there to do?
As if as
You're
an
gonna be
answer to
pessimistic
your
about the whole thing.
as if as an answer to your query, a grinding shudder can be felt throughout the boat as the ferryman lands and docks. Before you lies the gates of Tartarus. Their blue-purple flames still flickering in the torches on either side. They are closed. The gates are closed.
Oh dear. I suppose you don't have any weapons to go smack it open, do you?
If you're just gonna be a
It's-
smart-ass pessimist, who gives a shit? I don't care about your opinion.
It's a door, honey.
Oh,
You don't. You know what? Never mind. Unfortunately, the door
I'll
is
look for
of,
the other answer.
the door is not of my design. The maze on the other side of it is, however. What we need is either an invitation or the key.
Well, if that's all we need, we better go find it. You're gonna make a
Karen,
key
Karen,
to
I take it Hades is not at home.
The stoic, black-clad figure doesn't give much of a response. And he casts off the boat, pushes away.
Understood.
Hope that ore I made you works well.
Well, I guess. Wait.
well, I mean, I guess the first thing we should do is check to see if it's even locked or if it's just closed. And she walks up and tries to push on the gate. Okay.
Ooh.
One success, 2 ones. We're still rolling unopposed,
Oh.
as no candles have been extinguished just yet.
How long do the disappeared die stay gone?
Until the end of the scene.
Hmm.
And a scene ends when
Okay.
a candle is extinguished.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's good.
Just for you at the moment. There is, however, a rule that I forgot to bring up. There is a way to transfer hope dice, but it requires self-sacrifice.
Hmm.
We'll wait for that.
So if you are fine with this outcome, you may continue narrating the outcome. If you wish to, you may burn a card to re-roll those ones. Hope for more 6s and more dice to remain in the pool.
I'm just gonna keep the outcome then, since this is an unopposed system right now.
Okay.
And she's gonna walk up and push on the gate. It will not budge, but while she's there, she's going to see the keyhole. And it's going to look familiar to her. She doesn't have the key with her, naturally. But she has an idea. She recognizes that it looks a lot like the shape of a collar. And she looks around to see if she can find any form of whistle to call for Cerberus.
You look around and you find not a whistle in the traditional carved sense. but a tuft of reeds along the shoreline.
Mm. She walks over to it and tries to look at her out and tries to figure out a way to look at it to be the best, most optimal way to get the most airflow, which one would be the longest, which one, really just takes a little bit of time just examining them. And then finds the one that she thinks would make the loudest sound and blows into it as hard as she can.
With an unearthly whistling noise coming from this reed. It echoes throughout the cavern you are in, bouncing off the water and returning seconds later. First, nothing happens. But then, a rumbling can be felt along the shoreline. The great clattering of rocks in the distance, the pawing, beating feet of a giant three-headed animal comes tearing over the shoreline and approaches you at great speed.
There he is, all three of them. I'm sure you've met him plenty of times, yes?
He,
That's what I
however,
saw.
I've been down here once,
not
my
seem
darling. I
happy.
don't spend my time.
Oh, he doesn't seem very happy though. Oh no. Oh, what's wrong?
I'm really sure this is a good idea.
Come on. Grabs you and just pulls you out of the boat. It's like, we're here to do something. We gotta go out here then.
Looks like we're
while this
uninvited.
great three-headed monstrosity barrels down upon you, looking as if he will not stop. He does at the last moment and skitters to a halt in front of the lot of you, all three heads growling, all three heads pointed at one individual god. Oh, each different god. Sorry.
He's a different god.
I can't see a reason why you'd be upset with me, Cerberus. I'm the nicest one here.
That's debatable.
See?
A growling snap in response.
Oh,
Did you bring him some
Cerberus.
food, maybe, or did you forget that too?
and brought a pair too.
I don't imagine he's very into fruits. He
Well,
looks more.
If you hold out your hand, I'll put it on it, and we'll see. Maybe he'll become your best friend.
Oh well,
We can try talking.
Just
I'll do it myself.
Ah,
Cerberus boy, do you remember me? We need to go in through the gates. Your master isn't here, so he can't quite let us in today. 2 dice, let's go.
Unfortunately.
you know I'm doing the reroll.
All right.
My
Okay.
vice is narcissistic.
That is not. May you go ahead and reroll. Fortunately, no. As the scene comes to an end, a failed challenge roll means that a candle must be extinguished. Cerberus is not so awfully amused by these intruders. Hades apparently forgot to tell Cerberus that someone was coming. My music has turned to the wrong frickin' mood.
The dice is preventing
Okay.
me from clicking the candle, sadly.
Ah.
Thank you.
With that, this scene comes to an end. But we will go around the table, starting with Silon, and begin the ritual once again. 9 facts. These things are true. The world is dark.
Cerberus, very unamused by the situation, snaps one of his heads at Trellis.
2 devs.
It looks like Cerberus has not been fed in weeks.
3 neon.
The area we're in, the only way to go forward is through the gate.
4 me. The keyhole looks to be, as mentioned previously, fitted match Cerberus's collar. 5 10.
Cerberus simply misses Hephaestus' uncle Hades, who has been gone for a very long time now.
6 Angel.
Looks like the gates are quite could be easily they're weak.
Okay. 6 7 Silon.
Cerberus's favorite food is roast centaur.
8 devs.
There is an unattended kitchen with no meat in it. Not far from here if we could find the ingredients.
And 9 final truth.
We
We
still
are alive.
We are alive.
We are alive.
We are still alive. We're still alive.
Scene opens as Cerberus is still growling at you, looking emaciated and lonely. A long-forgotten building across the way down the shores of Tartarus still remains after all these years. The gates, their keyhole looking to be able to be slotted to match Cerberus's collar, but also may be able to be barged through. Begin.
Ah, that was most unpleasant. Ugh.
No, Cerberus. It's okay. It's okay. I know it looks like it's been a while since anybody's been down here, so I don't know how long Hades has been gone, but we can figure something out, okay? We can do a bit of a trade. You look hungry. Are you hungry? We can try to get you some food if you let us in after we get you some food.
Is that a
Tell him to
head
give.
Turns
Tell
away.
him to give the piece of my robe that he ripped off back in exchange. I demand it.
One head faces Relis and growls another turns from Heresia towards Veritas and silently whimpers. Quietly.
Don't worry, we got this, okay? You're gonna be okay, Cerberus. If you guys are okay with doing that, we should explore the local area. And I see a building over there. I don't know what that is, but
I'll go short
it's
and
first
I'll-
start, you know?
Beth, do you want to accompany me?
I know.
Lost hand lately.
How it-
That happens sometimes.
It's like a kitchen. Hold on that fact.
I'm sorry, did you say you were searching the kitchen?
Yes.
I would be there with him.
And
The Oracle. Oops. That real quick. There we go. 9 dice. I think. Oh, 8 dice. Is it 8?
8.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah.
that's very strange. Now it's
There
not.
There we
6,
go.
7, 8,
Now it's all
9.
9.
Oh, no,
How
9,
strange.
sorry.
Oh,
Looks like no successes and a 1. If you do not wish to keep this outcome, you may burn a card. If you wish to see where this goes, you may leave it as is.
I'll just burn it.
1 second while I select you for burn card.
that is a moment.
Oh, is your moment? Ah,
Uh-huh.
that. I cannot stop the thing from being interactable, but the moment, if you wish to sacrifice it now, will not be available to you later. Oh, lost hand entirely.
Oh no.
Oh, that's
I think you might
unfortunate.
have lost audio.
Oh.
I suppose we shall now test the lake joiner capacity of the world if he comes back, but
Had to happen eventually. So do you continue, or do you wish to continue burning your moment? Or do you see where this goes?
I'll wait for it, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll see how it goes.
Are we allowed to burn our moments for somebody else?
That is a good question. Can other players assist with somebody
No.
else's role? No? Okay.
I'm sorry.
It is alright. It is quite an unlucky roll to roll no 6s on 9 dice. I haven't received any word from Hen. I don't know if he's full crashed or needing to depart. Oh, there he goes. Hey, work.
Mhm.
All right. And I was asking if the thing if it works after a rejoin.
we'll find out. He might not have his
Well, I
cards.
should
He might not
probably-
have his cards in front of him, or it the words might not be properly typed on. In which case he might have to like just kind of remember what he's had. But like the
Okay.
rolling still works, so
And while
Speaking
he's
of guys, is it
rejoining,
possible
I'm
to-
going to.
To check our cards, just so I can remember what they are. If that's alright.
unfortunately no.
No?
While Hen is rejoining, I'm going to go refill my water real quick. I downed it real fast. So I will be right back while he does.
Neon.
Oh, is it so the only the card on the top matters at the time?
The way the rules are written, which is not quite how we're playing, right? Well, it's been played differently every single
Yeah.
time, which is fine, right? Like it's perfectly fine. I mean, you have the vice and the virtue, which kind of informs kind of your character's personality in a sense. Then you have the moment,
Yeah.
which is on top for you, which is something that we are trying to help go towards. It's a moment that we're trying to help happen. So for example, my moment, which is currently not on top, it's going to be the third card, is I will find hope in a moment of tranquility near a source of water.
I wanted to look at my my vice again because I can't remember what it was. Unfortunately.
Yeah, well, sorry, there's unfortunately no
Why
way.
did my hope have to be at
Oh.
the front? Oh,
Oh
everything
no,
went
it reset all of
it's
our
back.
cards.
N-
Oh wait, no,
they're
it's
oh no,
back
it went
now.
back.
Okay, yeah.
the back.
I was pretty sure that it would work for us. I don't know if it will work for you, Hen. I don't know if you will have your cards.
My
but we'll
cards
find
are
out.
still here. My cards.
can still see
so
it,
the cards I'm looking at are still
We'll
my
find out.
cards. If I hit join game,
Okay, the
Is
join
everything
game.
back to normal?
So
Sorry, I
okay,
ke-
never
I
mind.
just
Don't
see-
don't
You
don't
are
hit
amazing,
join game.
Neon.
Unfortunately, you will probably
second, I
have the
can't
join
do it.
game
Okay,
in front of
okay.
you for the
That's
rest
nice.
of the game, and there's nothing we can do about it. So yeah, sorry
that's
about that.
fine. My card is still in front of me. I don't think I'll be able to burn it.
Sorry, what are you
though.
saying?
Yeah,
I remember
probably
what all my
You
cards
are
are.
amazing.
Join the
Neon.
game, and we'll try to
Am I?
continue.
I mean,
I
yes,
don't know
I
how
am.
it's going to work for you.
The most amazing person you've ever met.
Okay.
The game should be playable, but
I apologize for DCing. My internet went out. just real quick.
Mhm.
That's me. I'm amazing.
I did my best to make it late joiner friendly. Let me get some water.
Immediately.
The best pro comp car ever.
I still see my cards.
Damn
though. I
right.
just now I have the join game thing in front of me. Yeah.
So Lon's grabbing
what that'll
some
do.
water.
Knows. Yeah.
This
My
mix
bad.
is annoying as hell. I thought it
What
was gonna be
mix is
good, and
that?
then it's just full of like epic music and trailer music and whatnot,
Oh
and
no.
Yeah.
Oh, your
also
playlist?
narration. Yeah, I just found it at random.
Oh,
said no
I know I could listen
copyright.
to.
Dark and whatnot. And
You
whatever.
could put game music
Well,
on,
yeah,
like
I
Silent,
mean,
Silent Hill stuff.
as
That might work.
as far as I can
Might
tell
also this one.
from everything, I'm able to rejoin exactly where I was because I have all my stuff in front of me. But if that doesn't work, I remember what my vice and my virtue and my brink were, so we can work out of that.
We'll just have to. Well, let's actually do a little test here. Let's end this current roll.
Don't mess with it. I think I remember. There is no way to make the join game go away from him. That will be there,
Which is
unfortunately.
fine, but I should
think-
click join game so my name is here, right?
Yeah, you should click join game so your name is there.
Yeah.
But after that, just
Oh,
don't touch.
I have
Can
access
you
to
roll
my
that?
hope dice.
If you roll that, does
Uh,
it rolls everything?
Don't hit end roll.
Oh, shit.
Now you have to end
I already
scene
did.
because it locked in
my
the
hope,
ones.
My hope dice. And my hope dice is right back in front of me. But yeah.
Yeah. Now you have to end scene because
Uh,
the dice will disappear
and-
otherwise.
Well, I mean, we were on the first roll anyways.
Well,
so-
some ones were rolled,
Yep, so that should be fine.
just now during the test.
Yep,
So end
go-
scene.
No, I know. It's just, it's not that big of a deal on the first one.
We'll have to play with it because yes, now the player thing is in front of me forever and I can't pick up my card. Not that I was going to, but I think I would need your permission.
You
to do
couldn't
that
pick up your
anyway.
card.
You can't
yet.
pick up your card anyway. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It should work. It should work.
Awesome.
I'm sorry for the thing in front of you.
We're good. Sorry.
hard.
No, I'm sorry that happened. I just disconnected out of nowhere.
Okay, so
Back to the scene. I remember Cerberus stuff happening.
Yep. So when we left off, Angel had rolled to see what was available in the kitchen, and unfortunately rolled only a single one and no successes. And we were at the crux of the decision of whether or not to burn the moment card to try to seize narrative control back, or if we were just going to go forward.
And so if I burn my hope, I won't be able to accomplish, right? Yeah.
That opportunity will be lost.
I mean, we gotta get in there. I guess I will.
Okay.
So if you burn your moment, you can never use it again. Right? Yeah.
That's so sad.
Yep. Alright, that should still be 9 dice. It looks like it.
2, 3, 4.
That's so
Go
sad
ahead
for
and
an
give us a
oracle to
reroll.
burn that. Oh, no.
I'm
So you
trying.
may reroll
Oh,
at your leisure.
I'm doing what's best. Okay.
Oh, we got some successes.
2 successes, 3 ones. You may now narrate what you find in the kitchen. And if you wish, you may dictate some semblance of hope that you would have had from your moment into this.
You would find some pieces of lamb chops and meats of any sort of kind. Possibly maybe just a few leaves, maybe a few chopped off body parts of some corpse or whatever. But
Okay.
it smells horrible, but I found something. You think this would like him?
What is that?
Raw meat.
Yes, but
It
what
might help,
kind
but-
of raw meat?
He's starving. Obviously, he's been here for a long time without anyone feeding him. If we can give him everything we can, maybe, just maybe, he'll calm down a bit.
Does anybody know what his favorite food is? Maybe we can find a specific kind of meat in here.
I can do fruit, not meat.
We'll
I
compliment
bet
it,
that
but
will be
compliment
useful in the
it.
future, but I don't think that applies to this current dog.
Suppose if you try hard enough, you could disguise fruit as meat. If you have the time to handle such things.
But you don't like farm
he
animals.
wouldn't exactly be able to digest it.
We'll just make it
What about
elusive
farm
enough,
animals?
just to make it look.
Grow or whatever.
Okay, let's just grab all the meat we can and hope he likes some of it. And just start cooking it up for him and just hope he likes some of it. I think that's the best course of action.
Didn't you see him out there? My poor uncle's pet, he's starving.
True.
Give him whatever we can find.
Oh, you can have one of my pears, or just a bite, I suppose. I suppose there's 3 bites for him.
I get it.
A single pear.
Alright,
If ever is.
we have
Hey.
some meat.
A distant baritone bark can be heard as this great many-toned animal caterwauls its way over this kitchen.
Boy. We bought you the meal, we definitely brought here for you, Is it his birthday?
Yeah, we found it.
Hephaestus will stumble out with whatever meat and food that we found. And just looking out at the great bearing down three-headed dog on us, let's just be like, "Come here, boy! Come here! Come!" And try to feed him.
Giant three-headed canine barrels towards you, all three mouths salivating, recognizes the words for meat, food, skitters to a halt in front of you, kicking up rocks everywhere.
I promise you I don't taste good, but this might.
I suppose if he does take his arm off, that still counts as feeding him.
Veritas comes out with some other kinds of meats, just a variety, like pick and choose, pick and choose. What do you want?
Wait, can we just hurl this at the gates?
Oh,
There you go.
Okay.
Fortunately, 0 successes and 1-1.
I would like to burn my vice card.
Right, should be available to you now.
My vice is curiosity.
May reroll when ready. Two successes, 2 ones.
Two-
The M cannot overcome this with 1 dice, so you have narrative control.
Mm. She starts putting up different meats. Naturally, he looks hungry in general, and she just tosses whatever she can at him. But she's holding up different meats, looking at which ones he seems to react the most to, and really tries to prioritize trying to get him as much food as he would actually enjoy rather than just eating out of necessity. And just watching him go to town and hope that something in there satiates him.
This great giant, reduced to a mere puppy, once again, only metaphorically, not physically, as 3 giant heads tear into the cornucopia of rotten foods that you presented him. Slobber flying everywhere. He sits down in front of...
No, continue,
Yep.
sorry.
He sits down in front of both Hephaestus and Veritas, and pants, happily, once he has finished his meal.
As he eats, or right when he's finished, you said the key to the gates in front of us matched what was on his collar, right?
Yes, that was a truth that was dictated.
As he is a puppy, Hephaestus will walk up to him, pet the side of one of his eating heads, and rip the key off of his collar using my virtue, strength.
Alright. Seeing as this... I'm going to count this still part of the success from that. Key comes free with minimal effort. Cerberus whimpers slightly, unsure of what you've just done, but seems okay with what, as you have fed it for the first time in a millennia.
Just keep eating. And then Hephaestus will walk over to the rest of the group. I've got it. Let's continue forward.
Oh, wonderful.
As we're heading off, I turn and look at him still eating his food and gain one of the attention over the heads real quick and say, "Hey, we had our deal. We're gonna go through the gate now, but don't worry. If we find any more food down there, I'll come back later and get you what I can, okay?"
One of the heads lowers slightly, ears drooping from their normal upright, spiky position, and whimper slightly.
I give him a little pat and say, "You stay safe, okay? And watch out if you see anything scary, and don't let it hurt you, okay?" And then I head off.
Okay.
And we still have a long ways. Still have...
Also, am I supposed to notify you if my moment pops up at the top?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
What is
my
your moment?
It is at the top, and the moment is the discovery of something truly unknown to all.
Right.
Relis will glare at Hephaestus and say, "Why'd he have to keep the damn dog? I told him the walls were more than enough to keep people in. Plus, he's not even keeping people in, he's keeping people out."
You're asking me why my uncle kept this dog down here. Oh. Ask his wife. I'm sure she's gone too. Persephone enjoyed Cerberus.
For the record, I don't.
Well, now we can at least leave these godforsaken gates. I'm still unsure on whether or not we should turn back, but I've got the keys, so after you.
No, after you. You're the one with the key.
Okay then, if you insist. And I will start limping towards the gate as Cerberus eats.
Do you need some help twisting it? You seem pretty strong.
Strength isn't my issue, it's this body. A god born with a limp and a hunchback. Why do you think my wife was so upset when she had to marry me? And if I get to the gate, I will put what I ripped off the collar into it and turn the key.
As you approach the gate, Cerberus turns to you and lets out a low warning growl. But as the key slots into the locket, he recognizes the tone of the mechanics reverberating out throughout the giant stone door, and lays at ease. The giant stone doors, surrounded by purple-blue torches, cracks open slowly. And a wind pushes out like the wailing of the damned.
Well, key it is then. No invitation. We are not guests here.
It's surprising anybody would want to be guests of this place. You're so pressing.
That's why most people... That's why most people come here when they die. I don't think anyone wants to be a guest here. Although you said...
Speaking of...
See,
know
this
this-
is why I asked for the gift. I should have seen it, but dang old man.
Speaking of...
What?
You were saying something. You said, "Speaking of."
Oh, was I? Oh, I had
Answer.
forgotten.
Yes.
Oh, wait.
Well, it happens
right
to us
up in
all, I
thoughts.
guess.
Oh, yes.
Festus is
Speaking
just...
of, I thought there would be a lot more noise down here. With the souls and whatnot.
Well, he did say that he saw souls going away in the river.
Yes.
Everything is
Putting
wrong.
out. Even that's what's so terrified of this.
Hmm.
Lord of the underworld is not here. His god dog abandoned. And here we are going right in there. Everything here is wrong. And as
It'll
we
only
walk
be
into
more
the
wrong
gate,
unless we do something.
well, Hephaestus is just gonna turn back real quick and over his humped back shoulder and say, "Good boy," and start walking through the gate, limping through the gate.
As she walks through the gate, Veritas nods in agreement and says, "It'll only be more wrong unless we can do something about it."
I'll pick my pair back up and then head through the gate.
I suppose I'm not getting my
Up
robe
ahead.
back. Oh well.
Up ahead.
You said it was your maze, right?
Yes, I did have a hand in designing it. Little twists
do you
and
still
turns are
happen to-
inescapable by any mortals or wayward souls, but I'll guide us at least as far as I can. At some point, the pits become so deep that, that those were created before my time, but
Fine. Help the here.
I shall
Is it
see
true
us
those
to that
pits are
point.
so deep that the forest to fall into them is still falling?
The what? To fall into them? Excuse me?
Is it true the pits are so deep that the first to fall into them are still falling today?
I don't know, and quite frankly, if you wish to find that out, then perhaps we can put that to the test sometime soon.
Oh,
But
of
I
course.
don't wish to know.
Would you care to jump?
Perhaps another time.
Must we
Veritas?
avoid the pits and that horned bastard
Me,
that was trapped in here?
honestly, I'm kind of curious. But no.
Go ahead, by all means.
No.
Anyway,
Are
for
there
now, I
any
suppose we should
skeletons?
get moving on because the pits do not
Maybe
make me very
The
comfortable.
great weapon is down there.
What do you think? Do you think it's down
Doesn't
there?
surprise me.
What did it mean to put a weapon down there? Why would someone do that?
I believe one of them was in the armory of Hades, and the other one is somewhere here in Tartarus.
Or I'd rather go to the armory.
How
There's
deep?
someone
How
still
far
there.
away
Going
is
through
the armory?
Tartarus.
How far away is the armory? And would we pass by the other one on the way? Huh?
DM, on what level of Greek hell is the armory of Hades?
Who wishes
I
to?
said one of them was in Tartarus, which is where
Yes,
we
you
are
did.
right now. But there's more
Mhm.
than that.
Yep. Which one of you would like to attempt to check this knowledge? You've got a hope
Oh.
dice. Scythian's character knows the layout.
Okay.
Ah,
Yeah.
Mm,
Since I'm the one they're asking about where the weapons are, I'll make the roll.
Okay. Roll dice. Maybe.
might
It was working
Might
a
not
second
work.
ago, I promise.
maybe select them again.
I did watch you roll earlier.
What if I unjoin and then rejoin? Would that work? Because it's still in front of me.
And the roll real quick. You're in uncharted territory, unfortunately.
Yep.
It's fine.
Leech Runner capacity has never been tested, so it will behave a bit oddly. We might need somebody else
Nope,
to
do
roll
it
for
again.
him,
But then,
sadly.
yeah,
There we
which
go.
is, yeah,
Does that include your hope dice? Yes, it did.
Mhm.
There we go.
yeah.
Oh well, we can
Do
continue
you lose
playing.
a hope
Success.
dice if it
1-1.
rolls a
Of
1?
course,
Nope.
of course, my hope dice is a
Okay.
one.
You do
but-
not lose the hope dice.
Hope dice are immune to that. And
Nice.
I, noting that there is one success, and I'll roll against you. There's one candle extinguished. I get 1 dice. But it is not a success. You have narrative control.
One of these god killers we're looking for is here in this very labyrinth. Sorry. One of these god killers we're looking for is here in this very labyrinth. The other one would be 2 stages down in Elysium. If we could find one or both of them, then maybe we're not all going to die here, but I still don't know if coming here was the right choice. But we made it this far, so someone in this labyrinth is what we are looking for. And if we can find it, then maybe we have a chance.
I see.
Yes.
Relis?
The armory, the god killer we were originally looking for. That's further down.
Relis? You said
Yes.
that eventually this maze of yours goes so far that it predates your design, correct?
Yes, that is the case.
I'd assume it's probably somewhere deep in there then. So we better get moving. I'm just, both worried and anticipating excitedly the fact that if there's it's so old that nobody knows what's in there. There may be dangers, there may be exquisite treasures, who knows, but there might even be stuff in there that Hades doesn't even know about. So be on your guard.
Well, our old friend Hades never told me that he was housing any weapons down here, only souls. But perhaps I might lead the way to his temple.
Surprised that not everyone knows what's at the center of the labyrinth. But please, if you helped build it, lead the way.
Yes, of course. This is going to be excellent. 3 dice. Let's go.
6. No ones. The DM rolled a 1, he loses
With a
dice.
1 from the DM, and no ones and 1 success from Relis, you have narrative control, Celine.
Of course. The Labyrinth of Tartarus is an seemingly endless maze with twists and turns, the patterns of the rooms intending to confuse and always lead the one who's trying to navigate them astray. Relis, of course, being the one who designed these patterns so long ago, knows how to navigate through. And following her lead, we were able to make our way to the Temple of Hades at the center of the maze of Tartarus. See there, just like I remembered it.
Fantastic.
Wow. You are quite the
Interesting.
architect.
Yes, I know I am.
How did someone like you get such a wonderful opportunity to make something so wonderful?
He came to me as the one to build his labyrinth. Because, of course,
Oh.
yes. It is, of
Of
course, my
course.
gift to do so.
It's rather impressive.
Well, so
don't you
doing.
think? Hades himself coming to you.
Mm-hmm.
Would
Does
not
we have a real
surprise
prodigy
me if
amongst
this.
us?
Would not surprise me if this is where the weapon is kept, but the center of the maze is always the most dangerous.
Yes, yes, of
Indeed.
course. Once again, he never told me about any weapons, and just that the souls needed to be kept, so...
Maybe he didn't know. Or maybe he wanted to keep it hidden from everybody else.
I'm
Maybe
just
he didn't
gonna
know what it
search
was.
the
How do we know
bodies.
what it is anyway? How did we
Because this is the
discover
one that he
of this?
made.
I
Oh,
made
you made
it.
this one.
It should work. It's a weapon I made, but are we sure we can't go back?
I have a question. Why would you make such a thing? What possesses somebody to make something that kills gods?
Easy answer.
They're nice ones.
I made it at the request of my uncle, Zeus. One
Is he
doesn't
planning on
just
killing us?
It's
One doesn't
Zeus.
just
He plans on killing everybody at some point.
No worries, I understand, my
These
dear Hephaestus.
parties.
It's the same thing that
Just
drove me
deny him.
to make this maze from which no one can escape.
I mean, that has a genuine purpose, but a god-killing weapon seems to be counterintuitive to be made by a god,
It is the art,
is it not?
It's
When one
Zeus.
the great art of attaining the master of your craft.
When one of my uncles asks you for a favor, you can't just decline.
Especially not Zeus.
It's true.
Just having one thing like that, it's enough to just give.
But I suppose it's working in our
Anything.
favor, potentially.
What?
So... Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Did you finally have a vision that was useful?
I'm just gonna search if there was any bodies around and just trying to see if I have some sort of vision of even like
Alright. 3 remaining
If
dice.
this-
Let's see what you can do with them.
come on, stupid eye, work.
No successes.
5, 2,
No
2.
ones. Do you wish to accept the end of the scene? Or do you wish to burn a card to try to re-roll it?
Let's get it.
Sorry, what?
I'm just gonna keep it. Okay.
Okay. As
There's
you
also-
search Central Plinth... Oop.
I think there was also,
Was it-
like,
was-
just to space it out, there was, like, you can only burn 1 card per scene. But we don't need to keep track of that. I don't think that's super important.
We've been going for about 2 hours. Might as well
Yeah.
speed it up a little bit. So, yes. You search around the Central Plinth in the heart of the labyrinth. Fortunately, you're not finding anything, any sort of bodies or detritus or lost souls along this length. But a great rumbling can be heard coming through the labyrinth. You get a vision.
Oh,
It is something that you remember having visions of long ago. One word comes to mind. Titan. With the end of the scene, we will now move forward in the story. And one thing I did not inform you guys of in the beginning, which I forgot to, that was my bad, is that a scene does not necessarily need to take place directly after the next, or the previous one. A time skip is allowed if you so will it. And we have currently, if you would like to extinguish your candle, we'll head on in the next scene. Oh. And with 8 candles remaining, we have 8 truths, starting with Angel. These things are true. The world is dark.
The Titans are getting their multiples.
2, Dylan.
The labyrinth begins to rearrange itself by some force that is outside of Relis's design.
3, Devs.
We've been traveling for hours now inside this maze since the last scene. We're in uncharted territory that nobody knows about anymore.
4, Neon.
Anyone who might remain in this place, information is going to be confusing and not understandable by us.
5, me. The Titan in the lead is Cronus himself. 6, 10.
In this room, we can see what we are looking for, but there is a price to take it.
7, Angel.
There's a path, but once one must get hurt in order to pass.
And 8, final truth, as it always is. We are still
are
We
alive.
are still alive.
yeah.
We are still alive.
The Wayward Gods have been trekking through this labyrinth for hours, chased by titans of old. Behind them, the great clattering of the giants from millennia long past. In front of you, a treacherous path, one that you know may even harm the gods. Beyond it, the armory of Tartarus.
Oh my fucking goodness, those things are huge.
So is that it then? Right there?
What? Sorry.
Right over there. Is that it then?
We're in the armory?
It is in front of you past the treacherous path.
Oh, I was in this room that we are in.
Just
I'm
be-
sorry. Oh well, whatever.
Yeah. I was saying it's in
It
this
doesn't
room,
matter,
but
we can-
in the armory
whatever.
works just as well.
Oh well.
Sorry, I was trying to thread in both that and the cost there.
Okay. We can. It's fine.
Just beyond here. If we can make it. And then escape.
Oh, is there an exit through the armory? Or do we have to go back through the way we came?
Didn't build this labyrinth, but I know just beyond this corridor, we'll find the spear that I made.
Well, one day there was an exit, but perhaps there isn't one anymore, as it seems that the whatever that rumbling is redecorating my design.
Those titans.
What do you mean,
Yes.
whatever? It's obvious what it is.
Yes,
They've been
and
following us.
and I'm not going to name them.
Well, I'm going to say it right now. We all
I
know who's in
prefer to
charge
predict-
of them. I'm not going to say the name. Please do not cut me off.
Oh.
I'm going to say we know what they are, and I was going to say it's clear what we have to do. We have to get in there, and even if there is no exit, if we can get that spear that is powerful enough to slay a god, do you know what those things are? They're former
I
gods.
I guess I know. I'd rather not think about that.
Have you ever seen the body of one of those things before, lying on the ground? I know I haven't.
It's yeah, a form of
But maybe
god. Can the God Slayer remove them?
that's what I'm saying. And I think that's probably our best chance.
Blacksmith?
What do you think his advice is?
If one of these weapons could kill a god, one of them could kill a titan. Former god isn't exactly what I'd call them. And he's just kind of pacing back and forth now, unsure of what to do next. It's possible. It's possible.
Well, unless you can see anything in the future, Oracle, I think we should move forwards. There's no point in wasting time here.
Forward. Yes. Of course.
I
Yes.
honest-
I-
I don't think it's wise to try to look into the future with our limited time we probably have. Those things have been following us, and they're getting louder as we speak.
And they're just disrupting something around here. It's very uncertain, all this.
Oh, wonderful.
As if in response to your conversation, the temple shudders and a rock falls from the ceiling nearby.
I think we should move quick.
I think we should move too. Let's get going.
Let's grab it. Let's see if we can make another way, maybe.
Limping
Scriptures.
towards the armory. Yeah.
So, Hephaestus, are you taking the lead role on guiding them through this
If-
treacherous hallway towards the armory?
Probably shouldn't because I'm the slowest, but if everyone's just sitting here talking, then he's just gonna finally make a decision and just start limping his way down the hallway.
Hit that button. Oh. Should have
Give it a try.
8 dice remaining. And it's still not
Seems-
working.
It seems like that
Shall I
is,
roll it for you?
not going to
Yeah,
work.
feel free to
Oh,
roll
well.
for me. It worked right when I got back, though, so that's confusing.
Yeah, it worked like once.
Lead joiner
strange.
stuff
Alright, so
is,
you have-
yeah.
Well, one success, and my hope dice was the only one.
You don't lose any dice, but now it is my turn to roll. There are 2 candles extinguished. Therefore, I get 2 dice.
Nice.
It is
Six and
1
one.
success
and-
to 1 success. Unfortunately, as is all things in Vegas, the house always wins. Ties.
No,
No,
don't extinguish. You don't fail. You've
I
succeeded.
won't, but I think I could.
This is a success, but I get narrative control.
Yeah. If you want to take back narrative control, you can extinguish a candle.
No, this is just me limping down the hallway. I want to give this narrative control to the GM.
Just thinking for a sec. Hephaestus, god of the forge, moves forward through this trap-laden hallway. Having a very long experience with all things metal, he can see most of the telltale signs of traps along the way, dodging more deftly than a man of his stature could be assumed to have. He guides the group through this hallway, but as they do, the rumbling of the Titans grows nearer, and the door out collapses. And Vevs, your moment is the see something as of yet unknown moment, right? I believe this area is one in which you will find your moment.
Ah, wonderful.
Okay. So we're still in the pathway with the traps, or are we?
Hephaestus
at
has
the
led you
actual
through
level.
uninjured.
But we're trapped inside because of the boulders. Right.
The path behind us
Okay.
collapsed, correct?
Yes, the doorway out of the armory has been destroyed by the Titans.
I'm going to look around, try to find some kind of light source to turn on so that we can actually see what's going on inside the actual room itself that we're in.
Within the unearthly hollows of the armory of Tartarus, the lights are dim, but they are present. As you are looking around, find yourself not as a light source, but as at a cloudy, perfectly round crystal ball, one used by oracles of long past. This can be your moment.
I would like it to be.
Okay. Three successes. No ones. The DM role cannot surpass this.
Okay.
Do you wish to narrate what you see within the crystal ball, or do you want me to do it?
I would like you to do it.
Okay. Veritas, in her infinite curiosity, puts a hand over the crystal ball, and the cloudiness immediately subsides, and a vision floods her mind. A vision of the future. At first, there is darkness, ungodliness, nothings. Going further forth, faint glimmer of hope emerges. Glimmer of curiosity, perseverance. You may not know what might become of the gods, but in this vision you know that past the gods, humanity will live on, perhaps one day to surpass them. In this, you are granted a permanent hope dice. You
And
may
I have
burn
to
your
burn my
moments
card,
as soon as
right?
I hit the button.
Mm-hmm. Snapping back out of her vision, a massive grin is just over her face as she just saw something she was not anticipating to see. She doesn't know what's going to come, but that's what makes her happy. She knows that there is something that will come eventually, regardless of whether or not she makes it out of this. And that's what sates her curiosity more than anything, is knowing that there's more stuff out there that can, whether or not she's around to see it. And so she grins and looks around and says, "We still have something that we have to do. Where's that damn spear?" With a big smile on her face.
You look so happy. I thought you might have seen its location within that crystal.
When the
No,
armor
no.
hit should be here.
I just saw that there is indeed a future for this world, regardless of whatever happens.
Ah, good. So we'll be successful then.
Really?
I can't wait to see this new world.
If it's not in an obvious place, sticking out of a pedestal or something, Hephaestus is gonna start walking around the armory looking for the spear he made.
Okay.
Just gonna sneakily just take out the orb. Keep it in his pocket.
Should I try? Should we see if it works? No, it does not work.
Aw.
Two sixes, one
Okay.
one.
Alright,
2-1.
special
There
dice
is-
isn't doing so well. Oh no.
There is a possibility that I roll two sixes, so I will roll these dice. But that possibility
No.
has not come to pass. You have narrative control.
As you talk, Hephaestus is just wandering around slowly, going up the stairs. And he spots it in a corner. Among a bunch of other weapons, just on a weapon rack. But shinier and different from the others. It's there, but it seems shackled to the weapon rack. And then he calls out to the rest, "It's over here! I found it!"
Oh good, he's found it.
She comes running. She comes running over to
Just-
look at it. This one.
He'll point to the spear that is shackled to both the top and the bottom of what seems to be a normal weapon rack with other weapons on it. Yes. He says, "That's the one."
Interesting, interesting.
God killer, as you say.
You didn't happen to smith these shackles too, did you?
would have been hundreds of years ago.
Does it have a name other than God Killer?
This one. No.
Yes, this.
I let Hades Champion name this one.
Ah.
This was a commission work. I didn't name it myself. However, the one deeper down, the one we were looking for originally, I remember the name of that one. Anyway, who wants to help me get this spear off this shelf?
Sure.
Veritas would love to.
Well,
I'd love to, yes.
Go on.
Alright. Well, he's doing his thing, trying to like pull it off with his hunchback and all that. She's gonna try to grab one of the spears.
Oh, I never came to try to pull it off. I just pointed it out to you.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were asking because you asked for help.
I said someone come pull it off. Hephaestus has not.
Oh,
tried to
I
pull
see.
it off.
Well, either way, she's gonna grab one of the spears and prop it up under the chain like a lever, and then grab another
Have
one
ye-
and hit it as hard as she can with to try to lever
Done.
action break the chain.
Have ye
All right. May I attempt? Three successes, 3 ones. That is more than the extinguished candles. We proceed forth.
Yes. She has the spear wedged between the actual Godslayer weapon and the chain, with the bladed tip of it between them, and takes another spear, just grabs the polearm side of it, and whacks the bottom of it to try to spear it open, and kind of kinks at first. It doesn't really do too much, but it's clear that these shackles are very aged. So she just goes at it a couple more times, and eventually the top one manages to be broken off. And
Dawn?
she looks over and says, "Do you
Have
wager that
ye-
we'd be able to wriggle it out, or do you think I should break the bottom one too?"
Would you like my help?
I would love your help to pull this thing out, because I don't want to try breaking another one of these. Even if they are old, they're still sturdy.
Oh, why don't we get a
Okay,
teamwork?
then. On 3. He's going to walk up, limp up next to her, and he'll put one arm. If she's, you're grabbing the spear to try to pull it out with both your hands,
Yeah,
I'll put
pulling
one
out,
hand
because
on
I
the
broke the
spear.
top one.
and his other hand still holding the hammer he brought from the beginning. He'll say, "On 3, yank. 1, 2,
And on
3," and
Roll the
he's
dice,
going
please.
to. Yes. Well, you're gonna have to roll for me. But he's going to hit
Forget
the
about this.
bottom lock with his hammer and yank with her at the same time.
All right. 1 success. 1-1. Nice. Go. The DM did not roll any 6. May continue narrating.
And as soon as his hammer hits the lock, he stumbles back as you pulling it out. He lets go of it, but the lock breaks. It shatters. And you are now holding the spear, and he stumbles back on his hump with his hammer in one hand.
Careful where you're
So-
standing.
Help you up. Get up.
Veritas is now holding
Okay,
the spear.
Yes.
Please roll
Kind of
these
like
dice.
turtled on my back.
All right.
Come on. We don't want the great one. Great craftsman here to fall us back.
One success. 1-1.
Hmm. Oh
Now,
no.
the DM has rolled equal to yours. You wish to burn your card to try to wrestle the narrative control back? Or you wish to see where this goes?
No.
Okay.
Was
Am I
ending the
allowed
scene.
to burn a card for a re-roll for them?
It was ending the scene,
We have determined.
but
Okay.
yeah.
Hmm?
But I suppose it doesn't matter. I suppose maybe burning the card would work, but the narrative control thing was ending the scene.
Okay. Never mind then.
Yeah, I think that the thought process is you roll, you okay that you don't want to re-roll, then the GM rolls, right?
Yeah, that's
So-
slightly out of order.
But oh well,
I've
whatever. It
seen
doesn't
it,
matter.
I've
It,
seen it.
I think that could work anyway. I think that could work.
Veritas. As you hold the spear in your hand, another vision enters your mind. A bolt like lightning surges through you, and you see a shadowy vision of them. For a moment, you are almost certain they are there not to do any harm to you. They are there to help you, offer you power, offer you knowledge. The vision fades.
What are you doing?
Well,
Let's get out of here.
now
Yeah.
now that we have that, I mean, Hades' champion is not here. So, but such a masterwork is undue without a name. And so I propose one. Karavgi, the coming dawn.
Seems fitting.
If this spear lets us find the next dawn, it is a fitting name.
I know, I came up with it.
He just stands there staring at the spear for a little while and just nods her head, just not really listening and just smiling and nodding.
I think it's overwhelmed
said
them.
that's still
They don't know
on
how
my
to use it and
back.
it's confused them.
Trying to turtle myself
These
up.
titans are coming
No,
closer.
no. I just was thinking about something.
Oh, I'm sure you were.
Yes. We got titans behind our backs, and we need to get a move on for this. We don't-
But I suggest doing more than thinking.
Indeed, I guess I have to do that. Unless anybody else wants to wield the God Slayer spear thing and fight a thing that I don't want to say the name of.
Well, we only
Oh,
found one.
My hands are filled to hold a Katagi, so.
I'll hold it
Mm.
if you want. Yes.
Oh no, I think they're quite fitting holding it.
No offense, but you're
There is that
kind
other
of
one.
hard of sight. Well, yes, but how do we get out of here without the Titans?
Hmm.
Well, we're not just going to stay in here, are we? Yes, sure, the entrance.
Well,
will
yes, but what
collapse,
I'm saying is the spear for the Titans, not for them. I'm talking about the Titans.
I think we
have
should
to
find
get
another way
deeper.
out.
Well, good thing we have the spear then.
Deeper.
Is there a way to go deeper from this room?
You could make one.
Could you make one?
Or perhaps
You're a master
change.
architect after all.
If you insist. I could get
Well,
my
you
hands
are the
dirty.
best.
Why, yes. Is the if you're having trouble selecting me, the dice dome might not have
Yeah.
disabled.
There we go.
You might have to go around. Yeah, it might have not disabled. Oh, only 2. It's very very scary.
This keeps happening.
Yeah, I always seem to roll at the end. Let's.
Two fives.
Let's
No successes.
let's go reroll. Why not?
All right. What card are you burning to
It
reroll?
is my virtue handy.
Andy. Okay.
Ooh.
We'll give it a shot. Nope.
Unfortunately, no.
Take
Okay.
it away then.
Relis, being the goddess of architecture, simply raises her hand and wills an entrance, exit, as it were, into the opposite side of the armory. Therein, a tunnel rumbles forth in front of them, in front of the group. Rocks breaking away, hiding themselves into the walls. Tunnel seems to be the way out. But in that, the once blocked entrance to this area explodes forth, rocks sending themselves flying into the entryway. And a massive face, one that all of you notice, that all you recognize, is Cronus himself, peers through and begins trying to wrench open the entryway further so he may enter. With that, please extinguish your candle. With the candle extinguished, we enter our next scene. We have 7 candles remaining, therefore we need 7 truths, starting with Scylla. These things are true. The world is dark.
Veritas stabs Cronus right in the eye with the spear.
Steps.
How do I put? She stabs him in the eye with a spear by using one of those spear javelin rope things that they used to use, and launches it straight into his eye.
So not weapon.
Hmm?
So not the god-killing weapon.
No, with the spear, but like there's basically there's this thing that they used to use to give
Throw,
more
spear
leverage with spears, essentially.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking
What
about.
you're
Mhm.
Stab it with the god killing spear, but you're able to pull it back, right?
Mhm.
3. Neon.
The spear is not the thing that kills Kronos.
Oh.
4. For a second. The spear may not be enough. 5, 10.
We run about 50 feet ahead of us in the darkness of this new path. It becomes a stone slide that leads us further down.
6. Angel.
Takes the orb, the oracle orb, and takes it home with him. Also, there's it appears we
So you
lost
said-
sight, of Kronos for the beacon.
Sorry, what? I didn't quite catch that.
We got lost in while running away from Kronos.
And 7, final truth as always. We are
We
alive.
are still
Still
alive.
alive.
We are still alive.
Close your eyes.
I will announce my moment is now at the top of the deck.
Okay. And what
Reads,
is your moment?
I will find hope in a moment of tranquility near a source of water.
Ha. So as the group sails down this hallway and slides down the stone embankment, they find themselves falling ever deeper, deeper. Veritas following up last after disabling Cronus, but only for a time. Let's see. As you slide down, find yourselves. Hold on. To remember the name of this thing. Find yourselves on the shore of yet another great ocean, but this one is not filled with the souls of the damned. This one, pure spring, uncountably many fathoms across, in a massive cavern. You may begin.
Well, Hephaestus, while I do not deny the spear is most certainly powerful and could certainly kill a god, I don't know if it'll be enough on its own. We need to find that other sword. Or blade, or
I
whatever
was
it
just
is.
pointing out that we had multiple options. I never expected just one of them to do the trick. That's why I wanted us to find both. And now look where we are.
Where are we? This doesn't look like anywhere else here.
And what of my tunnel? Genius, don't you think?
No.
I call it a water slide.
Oh,
Just gonna
I
try
start
to light
scanning the area
the
around me.
point.
Not in Tartaros anymore, I'll tell you that much. On deeper.
What level is this?
Doesn't
up.
matter.
That's a place we shouldn't
This
be
point.
already.
Oh, yes, it does matter, because what if we went too far and we need to go back up? You said we need to be on the 3rd level, correct?
Well, we do have a master tunnel smith with us. Imagine what it could do with actual knowledge.
Excuse me.
What is your issue?
My issue? Well, I suppose our lives are coming to an end. Well, entire society is falling into disarray. Our brethren and sisters have fled. I have quite a few
Yes,
issues.
and you're
don't
taking
you?
it out on us.
We'll do better.
You do better. You haven't done shit.
I've done plenty of things.
Name one thing you've done
One
since
thing.
we started this journey.
I've held this
My-
pair quite well.
Might I remind you that Veritas has assured us that there is more to come? Our success
is
is
true.
foretold.
look forward to it.
Would you work
We're the
against
last
that?
gods and men on Olympus. We can't be fighting with each other.
We were all we
Well,
all
I guess,
got
I
here
suppose
for
you went
the
there, were you?
same reason. Yes. We need. We got the stuff. We at least got one part of it, and we I don't know how we're gonna make it out of here, but Early, Eurasia, you can do something about this, or don't. I'm sure you can do something in here. I just know that you're here for a greater cause than this, other than
Yeah.
Can I look? Can I look around this area and try to figure out just how far down we've gone?
All right.
Where exactly we are? Still don't know if this will work.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Damn it! Still does not work. That's all good. You just roll for me.
1611.
2 1s. Well, I guess my hope dice doesn't count.
Yeah, I'm not.
Has it been a 1 every time?
No.
So,
Well, actually, yeah, his
was a six
has.
once.
No,
Can I
his
can I
specifically
burn a card
has.
after you try to roll against me?
is that a thing that's within the rules?
I mean, it's
Or do
not
I have to
within
do
the
it right
rules,
now?
but you can decide however, right? Like if it feels
Fuck it,
it's
I'm
supposed
gonna
to be
burn a
reroll
card to
first.
reroll right now.
you
Okay,
can
do you
reroll
wish to
just
reroll
once as
everything,
well.
or-
You can reroll just
Yeah,
once.
you wish to reroll.
Everything besides the 6, if that's a possibility.
Nope, it
That
is
is
either
not.
everything or just the ones.
Everything. Let's do it.
Okay.
Interesting.
Hey,
Fuck
burn
it,
your
we
card.
ball.
No, I can
Let's
still
go.
pick this
And-
up. I'm burning my vice, which is indecisive.
Ooh,
Okay.
bold choice. I like it.
There you go.
How very decisive
And
of you.
I guess I have to reroll for you.
Apparently, I can't pick it up. Although it worked right when I joined. I don't understand.
Yeah, that is a weird one. Oof.
Well, that was a bad choice.
Fortunately, nothing.
I don't know where we are.
And unfortunately, a failure means the end of the scene. So, your vice. Indecisive. Hephaestus looks around. But as he does, finds that this is very unfamiliar, very disconcerting terrain. He thinks it could be Elysium. He thinks it could be some other level. He can't quite decide. Fortunately, Hephaestus seems like he will be of no use at this time. You would like to extinguish one of your candles? Scene shall end. Anyone else see that candle over there? Just more
I
bright
see
than
it too,
anything else?
yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is brighter than
Ah.
any other candle.
Well,
Don't know how I did that one.
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
We're once
That is
again
the-
we're in uncharted
that is the
territory with
candle
the
of
late
power.
joiner.
There.
But things are a bit
Yeah,
spooky.
because I DC'd.
But oh well.
Alright.
It's even more spooky. That'll be the last candle we extinguish.
So, Hephaestus seems lost. No one else really has much of an idea just yet to where you are. As we head into the next scene, we shall do the ritual once again. Starting with Hen, we will need 6 truths. These things are true. The world is dark.
The world is dark, and directly next to us is a gigantic lake I have never heard of or seen before.
2, Angel.
That within that lake there is a boat with a pass.
With a passenger.
Yes.
3, Scylla.
The waters of the lake emanate a very dim blue light in contrast to the pitch black of the roof.
You said there is. Sorry, what now?
The waters of the lake emanate a cold blue light in contrast to the pitch black of the roof.
4, Bevs.
There is another boat docked nearby with 2 oars large enough to hold 3 of us.
5, Neon.
The pear Horatio is holding is the last fruit to be grown on Mount Olympus.
And 6 is the final truth. We are
We
still alive.
are still
Yeah,
alive.
still alive.
Alive.
We're living, that's for sure.
That one is dim.
Oh,
Why, yes. Yes, it is.
well, perhaps.
It's the special
Looks fine
candle.
to me.
It does look fine, but like if you compare it to the others,
Oh, it is. Yeah,
No,
you're right.
listen though, that's the same candle that burns brightly at night.
Alright, we can't
So,
find anything here.
do you see that person over there in the middle of the lake?
Oh,
It's unlikely they'll help
no.
us. I think we should move on.
yeah. Let's just all stick together and we'll see. I'm just gonna try approach person.
I mean, there's a boat over there, but I don't think it'll hold all of us.
I'll
What
just
we
go
need-
ask the man if the or the person.
Well, I mean, he's in the middle of the lake, and we're on the shore. We're gonna have to pick who goes, because there's 5 of us, and that looks like it'll hold 3 max.
Don't make me decide. You 3 of you go. I'll stay here. I don't even know where we are anymore. At least we have
Okay.
that spear.
Nonsense.
Oh no.
What we need is to find a way forward. I've never been here myself, but
Have any of
perhaps
us?
we can. Well, if you have, please speak up. But perhaps we can find a way to guide us forward anyway. And she'll
Well, what if that
throw
man
herself
over there?
into the waters. And well, attempt to call on her grandfather, Poseidon. had lovely blue
And
eyes.
if you wish,
well,
this can be your moment.
I do wish for it to be. Though I believe the scene
Okay.
is ending regardless, so let's see
Ah. Yes, it is.
Hmm? Confusion? Why is the scene ending regardless?
A candle has run out of fuel and extinguished itself.
Is that a thing?
Yes, it is.
Is it there?
Oh.
I roll against you in moments, right?
Holy shit!
I don't know actually. I never have, but you're free to do so. I think that would be interesting too.
Either way, that's a lot of DM dice.
Yeah, the scene's ending anyway. Whatever.
You
I do burn
control,
my card.
GM.
But we got a 6.
It's true. I just burnt my own card.
Oops.
Select player. You burn card.
There we go.
You are going. Oh, it actually went away.
Ooh.
So, would you like to dictate this moment, or shall I?
I can do that. If
Okay.
I can do that. Relis throws herself into the waters of the lake and calls out to her grandfather, who is Poseidon. I promise I didn't just make that up. That's why I had the moment. And asks for... She knows that he has left the mountain, but calls out to see if perhaps he has a shred of help that he can offer in this moment when everything is lost. The waters shift, and despite being underground, a soft wind begins to blow across the waters straight in a direction away from the shore. She leaves the water, her eyes glowing brighter blue than before. And that will be it. That will be the moment.
As you have succeeded your moment, shimmer of hope enters your mind, and you are granted a hope dice. And now, because the candle has gone out of its own accord, the scene must end. And I think I know what is causing
I think I know
that
what's
candle
causing
to
that too.
brighten it.
I
Yeah.
think I might. I think I made a guess.
I think I know too, and
Indeed.
also I never had the chance to test that for obvious reasons.
Is it me? Is it because I'm important? It's
Yes,
me, right?
yes.
It is. It's because you're very, very.
I've never had the
Or
chance
the
to test that for
candles.
very obvious reasons, you know. But anyway,
Interesting. That's cool.
For the candles that glow brightest are soon to go out, it seems. And as the scene ends, we shall do the ritual once again. Oh boy. And I will start as no one has failed a scene, so I'll just start it. These things are true. The world is dark. And the Godslayer, the true one, is nearby. 2. 10.
The world is dark, and this Godslayer, a sword. Someone nearby can point us to it.
3. Angel.
the river is um, blowing faster. I mean, yeah.
The river is flowing faster. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
The current, yeah.
4.
The current.
Dylan.
The shift in the winds is noticed by some other entity.
You're at 5. Final truth is always the same. We are still
And we
alive.
are still
Still
alive.
Still
We're
alive.
still alive.
Find yourselves on the shore of this unknown realm in the hearts of Tartarus. Or the underworld itself, rather. An individual on a boat out in the water, paddling towards you. Another boat nearby, with 2 oars, seems to be large enough for everyone. A new vision that Relis has received from the waters themselves. And the water ebbs and flows with more ferocity than before.
Well, there you go. You have your direction.
That's the direction we have to go?
Devs, I believe you are muted.
Or so my grandfather would suggest. But he knows his waters, so. Even the ones that.
And there is
float
that man
over.
on the boat. Maybe he might know something. We should probably just get on and start going, and he's coming to us, so he can just keep on coming to us. And we can talk to him while we move.
I do not trust him. I think it's better if we
We
avoid
haven't
him.
met.
You haven't spoken to him. You don't even...
Who knows who he is? He might be here to stop us. He's an unneeded distraction.
Vetoed.
They're already here. That
She hops into the boat. Well, if you're coming, you're coming. If you're not, you're not.
Oran's gonna
They
hop
don't have
into
much
the
of a
boat.
choice.
Did you say this boat could fit all of us? Waffle? So I think one of the truths was that it could only fit 3.
Was that? I must have missed that.
It was last.
That
it
was
last
before.
scene.
Yeah.
Uh,
That was in the last scene.
Yeah, somebody said also that there was a bigger boat or something. I don't know.
okay.
Yeah, so I'm playing it
Well,
like the guy on the boat that is paddling towards you at the moment is on a small boat. Bigger boat is nearby with the 2 oars.
Mm-hmm.
You just gonna try
Restless.
to wave to the guy.
Not paying any attention to the bickering of his companions, but paying attention to the wind. And the person coming towards us in a boat will hop into the boat and grab both the oars and say, well, we have 2 destinations. Relis, hop in. We'll all go. Together.
Yes.
Indeed.
And then, using strength, Vestus is just going to start paddling this boat by himself, following the wind, but also to a point that intercepts the person paddling towards us.
You paddle closer to the person, and he paddles closer to you, meeting in the middle ultimately. You approach him, and he hails at you. Not quite sure who you are, and he appears to be mute, where he's just gesticulating and not saying anything.
Ah, he can't talk. Unfortunate. Hello. Do you know where any weapons that are somehow better than this spear here are? Yeah, I have spear, and we're looking for apparently, I guess a sword or something, maybe another spear. I don't know. It's a weapon.
My spear.
Ah, sword. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Like it. I lean over and touch the current that she got the message from. Like, just feel it. Does it feel like it's headed in a way that would eventually lead downwards?
Indeed. As you do, your hand feels as if it's pushed forwards and away from you.
Hmm.
And you can see on the waters in front of you, towards where they're headed. Though the currents around them make the waters choppy,
Mm-hmm.
there is an almost perfect ring of still water, darker than the rest.
Well,
Above
you know
the
your
winds
grandfather better than
and the
anybody
currents.
else. Do you think that's a...
That must be our destination,
Hmm.
where we are being
Much
taken.
appreciation.
Yes,
I'm
thank
just
you.
starting-
I suppose.
I'm just starting the boat. Just starting the boat.
And unfortunately, I'm going to have to interrupt you, for another candle has gone out. They're an ending scene.
This I'll fix.
It is a little bit of a spoiler, I guess.
A little bit of spoiler, but it's fun. You're like, oh, when's that one
Mhm.
gonna go out next?
So, time is running short. Candles have gone out one by one. You are still on the way to try to get the Godslayer. As the scene ends, we will do this ritual one more time. We will need 4 truths. And as I started the last one, I'm going to have Neon start the next one. These things are true. The world is dark.
The world is dark. In order to gain the Godslayer weapon, a great sacrifice needs to be made.
2. They have encroached upon Tartarus. 3. And
As the boat approaches the still water, it becomes a whirlpool leading ever downward from Poseidon himself.
and 4. The final truth once again.
We
are still alive.
Still
We are
alive.
still alive.
Still alive.
You find yourself being sucked into the maelstrom, as if Charybdis itself has been transported into the underworld. The boat
And I'm trying my
is
best
pulled into its
to
current.
paddle against it. Yeah. But
Its current becomes stronger and stronger, and you find yourself pulled downwards into it. Hephaestus fights vainly against the current, and you find yourself submerged. You are heading down, down, down further. Till blackness. And a thump. As your eyes open, you find yourselves in a field of wheat, flowing gently in wind. On the horizon, a dark, possibly dark, storm approaches.
That doesn't look good.
not good.
This
What
is
was
the
that
way
about not
right.
trusting him?
Well, really,
This
we
is
just
far
actually
worse.
really how much did he really do? Like we could have just gone past.
He literally.
Yeah, I agree. He was a distraction. We could have lost everything doing that.
You're changing the goalpost.
I think we should just
This is
move on.
far worse
I think my
than
help
I
is
could have
better.
possibly imagined. Hephaestus is just staring at the dark sky in the wheat field.
So
This is
how
where
do we
are.
find this thing? This weapon? Is it stuck somewhere? Does this sword, the spear, somehow feel the sword or something? How do we figure this out?
Perhaps
Well,
I'm gonna.
It
try
has
and
to be
use
here. Start
that
looking.
orb.
Mr. Oracle, if you could give us any kind of pointers, that would be appreciated.
No, what were we saying, Flying Angel? You were kind of quiet for a second.
I'm just gonna try to use the orb that I stole.
Trying to see any direction
That-
of where it might be.
2 dice. I hit end scene. Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
There we go.
Oh, there
That's
they
four.
are.
This might
Unfortunately, no successes and 1-1. You wish to burn a card to
Yeah.
reroll?
Yes. Sacrifice my virtue, which is protective.
Hmm. Really? God.
Tragedy.
Unfortunately, it seems to be weakening. As it were. Orin tries with all their might to foresee the direction to the great weapon that could save Mount Olympus. Well, they already have one, but it does not feel like enough. You peer and you peer. You look and you search, trying to find some semblance of a hint. And you do. The storm. Somewhere halfway between there and here, a light of hope. But as you stumble upon a presence, warm, yet dark. It enters your mind. You are unable to close the connection. It says to you sweet nothings of power, foresight, and an unending life if only you join the storm. Now, unfortunately, you have not succeeded in this challenge, and may I recommend the candle you extinguish is the one that looks to be about to go out. Let me end the roll real quick. Oh. And once again, we find ourselves in the darkness between scenes. This time, There are only 3 truths remaining. Starting with Angel. These things are true. The world is dark.
Aura is
Are you-
getting mad from the orb.
The Orin is becoming, you said getting mad as in getting crazy or getting angry?
Yeah. Crazy man. Yeah.
2. Scylla.
The storm has surrounded the armory, forming a perfect ring of clouds with one clear patch.
And 3, the final truth as always. We are still alive.
We are still alive.
We are still alive.
Still alive.
Find yourselves in front of the armory of Elysium. For whatever reason, the storm seems unable to approach directly. And within, you can feel, within your very chests, the pull of power, the pull of strength, and the unyielding nature of something that could destroy your very being. May begin.
I don't think it's a good idea to go across this path. I think I'll wait here.
Are you
To
certain?
go together.
What was that need for
I
me
think
to be
it'd be
over there?
safest
I'm
to
safer
stay.
here.
Ah, yes,
Well,
stay,
if
stay in
that's
your
what you
fields.
think, then I'm not gonna force you to do anything. Yeah, I've been.
There's never been a storm in the fields of Elysium before.
Yes.
If you stay
We
out
must go to
here,
the storm.
you're just as dead.
Yes, you can just stay in the
Storm is the
fields
only
where it's
way.
nice and lovely and close your eyes and ignore the ominous clouds overhead.
Of course. I wouldn't want my pair to get hurt.
She's protecting her pair. Let's just leave her be if she wants to be left be.
A crack of thunder resonates throughout the sky.
Oh.
Well, let's get going. We better hurry up
This
before
is-
it.
It's just gonna start limping towards the armory as soon as that thunder happens.
Hmm.
Oh, you're not all going? Only one of you needs to go, right?
Fight the orb.
We're all going.
Oh, I'm
You're not
going.
leaving me.
Yes,
leave me.
we are. If you aren't coming, then we're leaving you.
Oh,
We're,
gosh, you make
We're
this so
here.
difficult.
we're
Fine.
here to
I'm
achieve our
going.
fates.
Better together than apart at this point.
Neon,
There's a
I
way.
see your moment is currently at the top, and I believe this scene may be where you find your moment.
So how would I use this in this moment? What would be the mechanics of this?
Either you or I could trigger what you believe to be the cause of your moment, and the you may proceed to do a dice challenge to see if you will have a successful moment or not, as per usual. Yours was putting hope in others, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sure. I'll roll.
Okay.
Do you want me to come up with a scene first, or do you want me to roll then? We roll then figure out the scene, right? Yeah.
Let's roll first.
Yeah. Sorry, I just felt like
And
a
be-
citadel of anxiety.
And because before you roll, this is at the end of the near the end of the game. The dice are massively stacked against you. So for
Yeah.
this, I had a little game mechanic in mind if you wish to use it. wherein you will get your hope dice until the moment is done, of which you keep it or lose it. That is what you wish to do.
Okay. Yeah. That sounds good.
Right?
You got
May
this,
roll when ready.
Neon. You got this.
Yeah, I think you
wait,
need to
hold on.
roll again.
Didn't roll with it. Yep. And
Oh, do I?
Roll.
Let me put it down.
roll dice.
It didn't lock in the dice.
There we go.
Eh.
Oh,
One
she's got a
success.
success.
I got 1 success.
Hope in the darkness.
And
Okay.
0 ones.
Well,
0 ones.
0 ones. Okay. You can all thank me later.
You may now burn your moment card.
Okay. Does it work on any of these? Does it have to be?
Nope, has to have the flame. Now, do
Okay.
you wish to narrate what sparks hope within the mind of Horatia? Or do you wish me to narrate it?
Actually, I would like you to narrate if that's okay.
Okay. Despite her misgivings about entering the armory of Elysium, seeing these last few gods and holding the last fruit of Olympus in her hands, she feels as though there is strength in hope. And that there is hope for the future regardless of the outcome here. And through that, she is empowered to push forward.
So what's our next step?
See, I knew you could be able to come with us.
Come along then. We don't have much time.
We break
And
through that
I'm
fucking
still
door
just
before
limping
this
towards the army.
storm gets closer.
Is this another cool Cerberus moment, or does
I
there a
don't
lock
think
on
so.
the door?
I think it's just a big heavy door. I don't know.
Oh, dear. We didn't bring him with us,
Alright.
did we? Oh.
Cerberus has unfortunately been trained to stay at the gates of Tartarus,
I don't think he
denying
can.
entry to
sounds-
those who wish to enter.
Oh, at the mention of his name, the slobber.
Sorry, continue.
You approach. Do you approach the door?
I would approach the door. If a Feist is coming, I would approach with them. If not, then I would just go on my own.
I've been limping towards the door this whole time,
Mm-hmm.
and
Okay.
as we go forward towards the door, I assume it's huge and locked and awful. What does the door look like?
Despite Hephaestus's visions of what the door might be, the gate, the armory of Elysium, is unassuming. Little more than a wooden door with a simple lock. But not all things are as they seem in the fields of Elysium.
Rather shabby, don't you think?
Veritas, use the spear. Break down the door.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. I grab the spear and I poke it, just place it right on the lock and see if anything happens.
That should be 3 dice plus your hope dice.
1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Oh.
2 6s, no 1s. And for the first time in a while, I get to roll.
Oh,
no, that's okay.
jeez.
I understand how this works now.
3 6s.
So 2 6s for you and 1 6 for the DM. It appears that you still have narrative control.
Oh, wait, that's your Oh, I see. They were still all highlighted. Mm.
Yep.
Okay. when Veritas, the goddess of truth and honesty, presses the spear that's strong enough to kill gods against the lock, it reveals its true form to not even be a lock at all, but simply a hole to stick a spear into. And she turns her head, looks at Hephaestus for confirmation. Should she do this?
This will give you a single nod.
And she pushes it in and turns the spear.
This rickety wooden door, of which you would likely see on a storage shed, creaks open. A door that has not been opened in millennia. Inside you find not a grand marble structure or inscriptions of battles long fought. All you find is a weapon rack with a dagger.
Walk in and grab it. Is this it? I thought it was a sword.
Oh, careful.
Is this
Are you
it?
grabbing at the sword?
Don't.
That's
Yeah, I'm holding, like, just, what? Confused?
I'm limping slowly.
Go ahead and roll those dice,
If
please.
they get there first.
Unfortunately, no successes.
I would like to burn my virtue,
Okay.
honesty. Oh.
Unfortunately, the second was worse than the first. As Veritas reaches for the dagger, impulsively, another shock, much like before, racks her body. You're paralyzed, not with a vision this time, but with pain. This is the true Godslayer. It is built to cause harm to deities. And if you would like to extinguish your candle, please, we will head in the penultimate scene. This is the second to last scene. There will be only one controllable truth. And that one belongs to Vebs. These things are true. The world is dark.
Oh, all the pressure. Oh man. Oh. The world is dark. And the dagger does give hope. But at the cost of all of the lives of the gods here.
Interesting. And the final truth, as it always is, we are still alive.
We are still alive.
We are still alive.
We are still alive.
This scene begins where the last one left off, with Veritas fully rigid and unable to move, being racked with torturous pain. The other gods unable to seemingly do anything in the moment, though they may try.
What?
There is one who is not.
Try to kick.
One more thing. A thought occurs to you. This dagger is your last hope. And you know that it is the gods that are slain by this dagger. But there is one amongst you who is not truly God. May begin.
How?
Is that the last? Is that the
Totally
last?
She's propping herself up on the spear.
Let me have it.
I think maybe if you should put it down for now, we'll find some other way to carry it, perhaps.
Let me just.
If they're on the ground, I limp forward and try to kick the dagger away.
Alright, first,
I'll try to.
Angel, are you attempting something?
I'm just trying to get the dagger. That's it. Take it away from her.
Without.
just- yeah.
As Hephaestus approaches, Orin is the
If-
first one there.
If Hephaestus sees him trying to pick up the dagger, Hephaestus is going to stop what he's doing and let it happen.
Hephaestus approaches, trying to assist Veritas, and then sees the Oracle. Of all the gods, the Oracle steps forward, and with ease pries the dagger away from the beleaguered goddess. It does not affect you.
How
Hephaestus will just slowly nod.
truly awful. What an unassuming design.
Oh, goodness.
What does it mean? Are you not one of us?
You never need much more than a dagger to kill. There's an oracle.
And is there any scripture, if there was any?
You glance at it, and it just appears to be a standard iron dagger. It looks ancient,
Did I feel
but unassuming.
any kind of vision from it as I was being murdered by it?
Fortunately, no.
Oh, well, I suppose we need to get moving. We can't just wait here.
Well, you're
Right,
the.
isn't it?
You can hold it. You can hold it. I've got the spear, and you've got the dagger. We can probably do something.
I'm sure we can. I have
Team.
a feeling I've seen this before, but oh,
She pulls herself up using the spear. Cracks her neck.
Mhm.
The storm is surrounding us. They're here. There's only one thing we can do.
gonna go up to up to the storm.
And I follow with the spear.
You are exiting the armory and heading towards the storm. Okay.
Do I still hear? Do we still hear those whispers?
We'll determine that in a second. Should be 2 dice. It looks like only 1, unfortunately.
Yeah.
1 sec.
Oh, there's the second one. Wonderful.
Alright. Wait.
Oh,
The
It-
second one?
It disappeared.
It appeared for a moment and it disappeared
Hey.
again.
Dice? There we go.
There. Can I get a good roll? No.
Fortunately, not just yet. What is your top card?
It's Vice. My Vice.
Alright, do you wish to burn it to try to, re-roll?
It's my last one, so I guess so. Yep.
Maybe your second last card.
Oh, it is. Oh,
The very bottom card is the,
Oh, there is a.
the sanity one. Yeah.
Okay, we're so,
What was your vice?
greedy.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Go ahead and roll again. Fortunately,
Oh god.
no success. Okay.
Second's always been worse than the first.
The Oracle, Orin, approaches the storm, mustering as much bravery as they can, wielding a dagger much smaller than this massive storm surrounding you on all sides. Followed closely, shoulder to shoulder, with Veritas. You two attempt to wield what you can against the storm. But unfortunately, the voice in your head still remains. It offers you so much. An unbelievable, credulous amount of power. Answers to questions outside of this world. Worlds beyond that you have never heard of. And you falter for but a moment. You would like to extinguish one of these candles in front of me, you may. And thus the scene ends.
Jam,
Yes?
I have a question. You mentioned that there's some kind of thing just to prepare for this next, whatever's coming next. I just want to know beforehand. You mentioned there's some kind of self-sacrifice mechanic, but never elaborated on what that is. Could we know what that is coming into the final scene?
If your self-sacrifice... If you wish to sacrifice yourself for the betterment of the others here, you may transfer your hope dice to someone else.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay,
it is a
thank
good
you.
thing, because we are now in our final scene, with approximately 10 minutes left on the clock before this candle burns out. There is only one truth. These things are true.
Still alive.
World is dark.
And we are still alive.
Well, this dark and
How much
we
still
are
alive?
so alive.
Still alive.
There we go.
Mhm.
Oops. This is our final scene. This can be considered sudden death, for every challenge that is presented is the final role of your story. Anyone who rolls and fails shall die. Anyone who has a hope dice and wishes to sacrifice themselves may do so freely and give their hope dice to one other player.
Can you stack hope dice?
You can have up to 2.
Hmm.
And in this final scene, it opens with the 2 wielding the weapons that can slay gods. Standing before the storm, they falter. Visions of power and knowledge and enlightenment, greed, avarice fill their heads as the others watch on. They attempt to continue this fight against them. May begin.
I can hear. I can hear it. I think I know how it works. Stagger.
Well, if you do something.
It requires
Veritas. is going to cut you off, pull up the spear, and try to stab you in the back.
All right.
And I'm gonna use my detriment thing. My brink.
Oh, your brink? All right, so
Go
the
ahead.
brink. That is...
Mhm.
What is your brink?
I've placed false knowledge that caused the downfall of someone that negatively affected everybody.
Okay. You may re-roll without burning the card.
Two sixes.
This is...
Three
And three.
sixes.
successes. Now, does this count as a failure, or do I just have
It's a success.
narrative
If you
control?
roll single 6, it's a success.
Now, before I continue, might I ask why Veritas has stabbed her fellow in the back?
She recalled a moment very dark to her, in which before she became the goddess of truth. These whispers of knowledge yearn a lot more to her than any truth could possibly be. She wants to experiment and know more than anything. And she doesn't trust that he is going to be able to keep at bay the whispers that he's hearing, because she knows that he's hearing temptations of his own. So she's gonna stab him and attempt to grab that dagger and stab herself with it.
Okay.
It's not possible for us to intervene at this point, right?
You may in a second,
Okay.
where this has happened.
Hephaestus still hasn't left the armory.
Veritas, wielding the weapon that can kill gods. Spear. Plunges it into the back of the oracle. A great pain racks Orin's body. But he is not destroyed. He is wounded, but alive, and the dagger is dropped. I'll pass it back to you to do what you were going to do.
She quickly runs over and grabs it, dealing with the pain. And in her agonized breath, she says, "I know how the dagger works too, I'm pretty sure," and stabs herself in the chest.
As the dagger plunges into her own chest, a pain unlike anything before racks her body for not more than a second before she vanishes, destroyed utterly. Now, I believe that was your self-sacrifice, correct?
It was.
How does this
Now
bring
I'm-
hope, and to who?
It brings hope. Because her belief is that the dagger, as I mentioned in the One Truth, only works when all the gods present are dead.
Okay.
And it gets empowered when it killed her.
And
then
who knows this?
I want to give the hope dice to Auron.
wounded, but still alive. He sees his fellow goddess. Should I say, one of the goddesses, vanish before him in a flash of light. Though he may weep, he knows that this is part of the cost.
What is she?
Yeah, the
Mad?
mad. No, no, no.
Guess we can't ask her. Look, do something about the storm.
The dagger.
You said you know how to use it. Whatever that thing is.
Amos grabs the daggers and everything. Try to stab. Rails?
Rails?
Relish?
Relics, yeah.
Okay.
I need the power. Dude. I'm sorry.
Was there a 1 rolled in that last roll? Oh wait, no, there's only one.
No, there was not. There were 2
That's correct.
6s.
Yep.
Mm.
There's only 1 candle, and therefore you have 2 dice to roll with your hope dice. Or should I say, Veritas's hope dice.
Nope.
Do you wish to burn a card to reroll?
Yep.
Is that your brink, or is that...
It's just that I have seen you. Yeah.
Okay, that is your brink. So you may reroll at this time without burning card. Fortunately, no. This is the end of Orin. I will let you narrate the last of his story.
As he's tried to stab you, you you seem to have dodged, and well, he kind of stumbles back into, trips over, just from the wound from his back, and accidentally. The dagger actually hits him straight on right to his heart. Falling just straight forward to the dagger.
Rips onto his own god-killing dagger.
They've all gone mad. Look, before... I'm gonna finish this. Before any of you get any ideas, I'm... The labyrinth up above is unescapable for mortals. Today I'm going to change that. I am the architect. Whatever this is. Look, we no longer have anybody who can hold that dagger. Make sure it stays down here. And she'll
Estes will look at...
to
Okay, go ahead.
use up all of her strength.
All right. Fortunately,
Well-
no successes. Would you like to burn a card?
I have my brink.
Ah.
Will destroy everything in disgust.
Hmm. Alright, reroll when ready.
The brink
Unfortunately,
was,
no.
I have seen you destroy an entire city in disgust. Oh. Dice is still here. Whoops.
Unfortunately, Relis's attempt was in vain. Please now narrate the end of Relis's story.
She closes her eyes for the first time. The earth trembles around as she attempts to reshape the entirety of the underworld. Now that Hades is no longer here, she will make a labyrinth that will trap whatever it is here down here forever. But the underworld resists as the storm has already exerted its influence. The fields of Elysium shudder. Rocks begin to rain down from the ceiling, larger boulders. One hits her straight in the arm, and for the first time she bleeds a yellow ichor before another one falls straight on top of her, and she is dead just like that.
Another god falls.
Festus is gonna turn to Harassment holding her fruit, still in the armory, and just say, "Keep it safe." He's going to limp out of the armory, turn around, and slam shut the wooden doors. And then he's going to turn and walk up to the body of Orin and pick up the dagger he created so that no god would ever be able to wield it. And using his strength, attempt to wield the dagger and limp into the storm with it.
Right? I'm going to guess that this isn't going to work. Unless you'd like to attempt one last time. Nope. Unfortunate. There.
I'm gonna burn
No
my
successes.
virtue to reroll that.
You may re-roll when ready. And what was your virtue, by the way?
My virtue was strength, which is what he's trying to use with this dagger right now, even though it's draining the life from him as he walks into the storm.
Okay.
You're gonna have to reroll for me.
Oh, yeah. Fortunately, no.
Using the last of his strength to shut the doors and even pick up the dagger. This long journey, this small hunched-back, limping man who called himself a god, picks up the dagger and tries to walk into the storm. And he makes it about 50 feet before he falls to his knees, and the dagger drains the rest of his life from him. And the storm overtakes him.
There is but one remaining. Storm rages outside, holding onto your pair, and you are not hearing anyone out there.
I think Horatia's going to do the only thing she knows that she can do. and she wants to complete the task that she's been given. Now, for a different reason than she was originally given, she's going to dig a hole. And she's going to try and plant the pear inside the hole. And she's going to wait. And wait for the tree that comes out of it to consume her.
Okay. That is a challenge. The last.
I would like to burn my vice.
There you go.
The vice of coward.
You may re-roll when ready. Two sixes.
Oh.
And no DM. And one on its side. Neat.
It's
that
like
doesn't-
cocked, yeah.
That doesn't count. Come on. Not now.
Still, even if it was
Six
a
is, the
six.
6 is on the bottom. The 6 is on.
Reroll.
So, Horatia, you are still alive. It's dark time. The storm's still raging outside. You've dug a hole and planted the last pear of Olympus. But you have nothing but time left. What happens now?
I think that's it. She waits. She waits to become part of the pear and the tree. I guess it's a sacrifice for what comes next.
Okay.
I'm kind of imagining the attempt to build a labyrinth that nobody can get through might have succeeded in some way, even if it did.
Have one final dice roll to
destroy the
do.
basically.
Or do you? One sec. There it goes. And that, the end. Horatio waits and waits. Storm rages outside, threatening to breach the walls. She waits further still. Storm ebbs and flows, gathering strength, losing it. She waits further still. How many years have passed? 1? 5? 20? Millennia? She does not know. But as the roots of the tree slowly overtake her, she loses form, thought, becomes one with the wood. The fruit of the tree are hers. Her thoughts are no longer her own. They have taken over Olympus. They have taken over Tartarus and Elysium. Every level of the underworld, and all the sky above it. The end of gods. All that remains is a small, yet noble, pear tree.
Good stuff.
Welcome back
Clap,
to the
clap,
world
clap.
of the living.
Clap, clap, clap.
Ah, that was.
So I'd like to leave my hope dice for the next person to come along.
You know, that could be a thing.
we'll have continuity into the next.
That was awesome,
Oh.
guys. We played the
I-
final days of Olympus.
That was really cool
Oracle.
because
Mm-hmm.
it's really funny. That was not horror. That was literally a Greek tragedy that we just played out. Like,
It was.
Yeah.
It was. That was. Oh man, that's awesome.
which, yeah,
That was fun.
so good.
That
a
was
Greek
fun.
tragedy about the cause of most Greek tragedies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man,
Ah.
let's go back in time and put this on one of their plays.
Ah man, it worked a lot better than I thought it would. Honestly, the abstract nature of that just kind of came to me at one point, and I kind of thought it would be, you know, there'd be a lot of details over here that I'd miss or something like that, or a lot of
Mhm.
I don't know, just like a lot of lore that I would have forgotten about since my time in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Christy over here, fuck, we're gonna be pear trees.
Freaking be
Oh, no, that was great. I love that.
Yeah, I hope I didn't. I hope I didn't overdo it, choosing an actual Greek god to play. I was
no.
just
No, I
remembering
loved it.
all the Hephaestus.
I did
I was
too.
trying to
was
remember
really
all
good.
the Hephaestus lore that I knew. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
this
picked
game,
a Greek Roman god.
this game is a playground for storytelling. It is not a story reenactment. It is
We
a
told a good
place
story.
for the players to tell their own story. And I think y'all succeeded in that.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot of fun to run. I can't wait to do it again.
Thank you for running this. This was excellent.
It was fantastic.
you. I had a
Thank
great
you,
time.
Silan.
I think it went so smoothly. Like I feel like this, you have succeeded in running this probably the most smoothly it has gone. So, I suppose.
Thank you.
My
Yeah.
little DC there, and the fact I can still see all their names.
That was
You know
super
what?
fun.
Yeah,
You know
I
what
haven't
makes
seen
me
the,
happy? The game
this
is
come back yet.
playable. The game is playable. If you can open the menu, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes me happy. The game is
Yeah.
playable even if you DC. Most game worlds honestly don't even have late joiner stuff. I give it my best shot, but the game is
And here's
playable.
the
That
thing,
makes me happy.
I could turn out the candles. I could grab my cards and burn them. The only thing I couldn't do was roll dice. So yeah, it's totally playable.
Yeah, I don't know.
Question for you, Hen. Do you perhaps have the debug flags on for logging stuff from when you might have been in ATK?
Oh,
It's
from back then? I don't
Waffle.
think
I'm
so.
I'm sorry. That's I late joiner stuff in this case is kind of the reason things break is because things have to happen in order, and like
Mhm.
I'm syncing a lot of
They break,
stuff,
though.
but clearly
Mm.
it's not enough.
Well, no,
like-
technically, like, I can't even turn off the fact that my name still says Player Henjuma, and I joined after I reconnected. So, like, I'm still. Oh, there you go. Oh, now I can't join.
You have been banned from 10
Now
candles.
Vevs is my. Now I'm Vevs.
Hello.
Oh no. It was working while the candles were still in. I promise.
Neon.
It's supposed to use your
That's you.
name, and like I think like maybe
It's
like
me,
clicking on
I'm
it a
Leon.
bunch might have broken it.
Oh, now I'm
That's
just
why I was-
I
joining
think.
in.
Well, also when what happened?
That was really
Because
cool.
when I
though.
first joined and
like the character.
came in as Player Henjuma, I was able to roll.
So
the
what
dice with her.
probably happened
What
is
happened
when you
is-
stuff there.
so what probably happened is when you clicked on
Honestly,
it, you
as
left
soon as I saw what you wrote
the spot,
down,
and then you couldn't rejoin.
Ah,
Well,
from
but here's the
moment
thing.
one.
So there was a couple times
this
where I
turned
was
out
trying
way
to
more
roll the
noble
dice
of an
where I
ending
clicked on
for
this
her than I
instead.
was intending.
And then it went back to join
From
game,
moment
and then I
one,
clicked
I
on
was
it,
going
and then
to
it said
stab a
Player
motherfucker
Henjuma
in the
again.
back.
But I think that desynced it even more.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
But it all worked out.
I was syncing with my
very,
character,
very
but I
well.
felt like it'd be
It was a
too
good
easy
story.
for me
I
to
liked
do
it.
something
I
like that.
could
like,
Thanks
I
for
could
that.
maybe look at it and try to
But,
fix
the
the
full
you
story?
seeing the thing.
That's
I was thinking
why
what might
I
happen
made a
was
note that
passing
she
the
was
power to
constantly
somebody.
holding the
But
spear.
even after that,
It's because I was like, I'm going to stab somebody with a spear. I'm going to do it. It's going to happen.
I was able to
And that's
undo
why
the
I
timer.
rushed in to
Okay,
go
yeah.
grab the dagger because I was going to stab everybody.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I'm just kind of
Stab
amused that no one
everybody.
actually made it into the storm to fight them. It was just
Yeah,
like,
no, we didn't even get to see them because the storm because we all died
to use the
trying
very
to
last
There
prepare
wasn't
for
like
whatever
was
they
there
were.
was there even a them? Were we all just losing our minds? You know, like who knows? You know.
To be fair, we saw a gigantic face that Bev stabbed in the eye.
yeah, you definitely did some
At
damage
one
to
point.
Cronus.
To be fair, I tried to give him the one person who could hold the dagger a fighting chance.
After stabbing him in the back.
Yep.
Well, yes, but that was
Kinda-
necessary because I didn't trust him to not go crazy and just give into temptation.
So, about your character, by the way, Angel. As far as I know, there have only ever been oracles that have been inducted into godhood. Most of the oracles have only ever been mortals in this. So I kind of played into that and gave the hint that while you were on Olympus as an oracle, you never achieved godhood and therefore could hold the Godslayer.
I picked up on that. That's why I was nodding when I let him do it, because I picked up on that. The second you called him Oracle and not Greek god, I was like, this motherfucker's a human.
Yeah,
I didn't
I
get
was
that at all.
listening.
I
to
didn't
that.
think about it. I just assumed I was like, oh, I guess this is a world where there's one grand oracle that's a god. But as soon as you said, and only one person here can hold that dagger, I was like, the oracle, you motherfucker.
Oh, dude, I picked that up like halfway
I do
through.
have a
I was like,
question.
Yes.
What was the thing that you said we were gonna give me at some point? Because I don't think that happened. Or did it? and I
Right,
just
you never
missed
got
it?
to your brink. That was, they've seen you betray your fellow deities.
Oh,
Yeah. So
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 you
that's
were a
I
the-
was
traitor.
thinking.
that's
I
the
was thinking the
special.
reason it was the last pair is because I destroyed all the others. And I was thinking my character was the daughter of Hercules, and she like, I need a test. I need a test. I need a test to prove myself. This is it. This is the last fruit. I'm gonna bring it and save it. It's my test. Look at me, father. I'm doing good.
Yeah,
just happened
you
to
had the
s-
special
remember
brink
seeing
because
those.
everybody else, right? It was like I have seen you, meaning you have seen the person. Hen had you have seen them, and then you had the you
They've seen
had
me.
the yeah they have seen you, which means like
It was really fun. Like honestly, the way that things ended with him actually being able to hold it led
What?
to the most noble ending my character was going to have. Because if he was also a god, she was just going to stab them all.
what was the I have seen them? Just like out of curiosity, because you know like that was interesting to play with like not knowing everybody's stuff, because like when I've run it, I did group discussion, which took a long time to be fair, but what was the I have seen
I
them?
forgot the exact wording, but it was along the lines of you've seen them offer visions of false hope and such like that.
oh no, the one I gave you, the brink I gave the GM.
Yeah.
It was, you've seen them seduce the others
Yeah, that's
with
the wording.
visions of false power.
I see.
That's the
I
word.
see. Wonderful. Okay, yeah, I was wondering.
And I
like,
think you did that pretty
That's why I
good.
yeah, it was
introduced
great.
you.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, that worked.
That's why I played it as her, because she's the goddess of trust, right? So, but the thing is,
To betray someone.
she didn't trust. It's not that she didn't trust him, because that would go against her nature. She trusted that they were not doing things in their best interest. And in turn, knew that he wouldn't be able to stand up to it as not a god. You know, so she's like, I know this is not the truth, because I'm the goddess of truth. I know this isn't the truth. And I know
Yeah,
what the
and,
one truth likely is. Stab.
If you had made it to the end game, the last all the candles going out, the darkness at the end of time, or whatever you want to call it, I was going to give you the note that yeah, that was what Neon's narration was about. The time had run out. It got to her turn with literally 17 seconds left, so I was like, oh.
Oh, I see.
But yeah, if your character had made it, I was going to give them the note of that they were swallowed up by the darkness, the dark storm, and they were given the knowledge that they so sought from this. And that is the knowledge that the gods are irrelevant. And none shall believe going forward.
Death of the Pantheon, I love it.
I can't
here's what
believe you
none of
gave
us
me
knew.
narcissistic.
Blasphemy.
Honestly, she would be the one person that she'd be fine with that. Because she just wants to know things.
Yeah, I don't know why, but for some reason that character trait was the easiest to come up with crap in my head for.
Indecisive and strength was really good.
I'm sorry, Neon, but I didn't quite get enough to you during this, unfortunately. I was hoping to get you into the challenges more often.
No, that's fine. I am very happy to like throw stuff over people and let them have challenges and stuff.
It was
I got my
so
pair. My
fun
pair
when
was
you
wonderful.
actually burned the card Coward, and I was like,
Yeah.
it all makes sense. It makes sense why she hasn't been engaging in any challenges. It all makes sense.
Sorry about that one. Pretty sure I wrote that Vice.
It was great. I
Yeah,
loved
skip
it.
me and went that way. Oh man, seeing how well this premise came out, I really want to run the Beyond the End of Time one. Because I had
Yeah,
fun
no,
writing
this
that one,
worked
too.
greatly. Like, it, and you know that's I suppose the thing, right? It's like, I guess you know like this wasn't necessarily horror, right? This was tragedy, right? Maybe essentially.
Yeah.
Like skip, which I guess this game just works, you know, which is fantastic.
It just works.
It just works, yeah.
It just works.
Well,
Todd?
to be fair, we did choose Greek gods instead of Battleship in the middle of nowhere. It's much, if anything involving Greek gods, it's much easier to write tragedy.
Greek rods.
Greek rods.
Greek
Yes.
rods,
Would it
oh
be
my.
possible to do the boat one at some point? I really want to do that one.
Yeah. From the interest, we had more than enough to run 2 sessions, and we had some people that were left by the way by. So after session 2, get that done, I think there might be a possibility of a session 3, either me or Scylla running it, or whoever else wants to run it. I can hand them the premise and let them run with it.
Oh yeah. Can I just say,
Happy that I got chosen.
I was so excited when I saw the roster that I got stuck with. I was like, holy shit, this is gonna be great. This is, no matter what it
gonna lie,
is, it's gonna be
Turn my
great.
UI back
I
on.
had ChatGPT randomize it. So
I messaged
blame
you
that
all,
if you want to.
I'm like, this first session is a really good group, and you replied to me with a vomiting praise the sun emote.
It's my favorite emote.
Yeah, no, that was lovely.
good
I
group.
love that. It was, yeah.
And can I just say, Angel, you standing in the storm, being like going insane, like literally you could hear you like playing, going insane, but being like, but being snapped out of it by the stabbing in the heart. You're like, I have to, and tried to just stab her and then kill yourself. That was awesome.
At the very end, you tried. You tried your best.
So I do have a question for y'all. How did you find the I don't know how you want to call this, like the last ditch hope dice of getting the hope dice during the roll rather than after it, and then you see if you keep it or not?
I liked it.
Yeah. I like it, especially towards the end when things are really desperate.
Yeah, like I think it would be kind of silly to do early game, but I liked it. Like if you don't have one and it's you trying to do the scenario where you're going to get your hope dice and it's near the end of the game, I think it's an interesting mechanic.
Yeah, it was very
actually
experimental.
I think it's really useful in the sense that because I hadn't used my thing at all, So if you don't have something like that, it incentivizes you trying to burn that away as fast as possible rather than trying to find the right moment for it to happen.
Yeah.
But including that dice in the roll makes that less so.
Yeah, it gives that last
I'd say
little bit of
I'd
leverage
say
in a
it's
dark time.
perfect. It's perfect for when there's like 4 candles or less. I can't speak to this because I got my hope dice in the first scene.
Yeah.
And
You're like, I'm going to do this now.
but
And then it only rolled
when
once.
there are
I'm gonna
little
get to
candles
mine.
left, that is a really good mechanic.
That like.
Can I just
to me
say,
felt really good.
The only other I was debating when I was like, who do I want to give it to? Because it was gonna be one of you two, and I ended up going with him because like, he can at least hold the dagger. Maybe he has some chance. But my other thought was, that you would end up trying at the very end, understanding what
Imagine
we were
what would've
doing.
happened if Hephaestus picked up the dagger and rolled 3 6s and just walked into the storm,
Yeah, right? Like,
limping.
my
little
imagination
disfigured
was-
God by himself.
My imagination was that you totally did make it and just weren't telling anybody, and that you understood why she stabbed herself entirely. So I was like, maybe I should give it to him too. I don't know.
I'm just
and I ended up
imagining-
going with him.
I'm just a human.
I'm just imagining Hephaestus going out in the storm like Frieza from TFS, like, then may God strike me down. Nice try, jackass. Next time, give it your A game.
And then there's the alternate world where he walks out in the storm, he makes it to the center of the storm, he's still somehow alive holding the dagger. He stabs himself, the creator of the dagger, and just a huge light emerges from him, and everything's
That's
okay.
what I was
That's not
imagining
what
when I
happened.
said that it works after all the gods die. I was imagining it's like a big AoE after all the gods
specifically
die.
did
you
not
know?
kill Heresia. I told her to stay safe
Yeah.
and keep the peach safe. So
Who was it that said this? I can't
Either way.
remember, but I was worried that you all were about to finish the goal at 7 candles left. I was like, And then one of you
Well,
all
this guy
said
doesn't work.
that there was a second weapon.
Oh, yes.
I
said-
mean,
I said
even
that on
if you
there, the
even if you
first
finish the
truth
goal,
in
it's
the
fine.
game,
It works.
motherfucker.
It works, right? Like, game still works.
The first truth of
Uh,
the game is was my moment. Yeah.
I
I
almost had to
think-
get creative.
In your original, like when you originally explained this to me, right? It was like very abstract. I think the journey into the underworld helped like concretize it a bit, right? That kind of like that kind of really helped, because if it's just like we're gods, like you know what do we do?
Oh, and I was just pulling
let's
shit out of
go.
my ass from my memories of Greek mythology, which I studied for so long. I was like,
Same,
like,
dude.
I was able to
We're in
corroborate it
we're in
because I played
Tartarus.
Hades.
well, we were in Tartarus and we were in that
Yeah.
maze, and
Imagine.
I was like,
Okay.
oh, we're in the center of the maze. That's in my mind. I was thinking, never came up. In my mind, I was thinking, that's a bad thing. That's where the Minotaur lives.
Yeah, I was thinking something similar. The Minotaur is in the labyrinth,
Yeah.
not in the underworld, if I remember correctly.
No,
Correct, it's on
well,
an island.
I don't
up in
think there's
the-
a
Yeah, it came
labyrinth
to
in
the
the
underworld
underworld. But you know, I just thought of
Yeah.
that.
No,
I was
yeah.
like,
I think so.
Okay, the thing is,
This-
the thing
I'm pretty
is,
sure it
the
might
one
not be on
issue,
Tartarus,
the
but
one
there
thing that I
definitely
didn't
is a
want to
labyrinth in the
say,
underworld.
the one thing that I didn't want to say is, on the entrance into the underworld, you said that we were at Tartarus. Tartarus is at the
Yeah,
very
that's
fucking
even
bottom.
Lower. Yeah.
You know,
Elysium is at the top. We
who
went
cares?
backwards.
Who cares? Who
Yeah.
cares?
No, so Elysium is at the top.
It
and
was
Tartarus at the bottom.
it was
We came in
redesigned,
from
right?
the front and went down,
Yeah.
and then we went up.
It was
but, you
redesigned
know,
by our architect here.
Not by them.
I just
They
saw
redesigned
fields
it.
of wheat in a storm. I'm like, oh fuck, we're in Elysium and there's storms here. That's a bad sign.
Yep.
I really
It's
want to
fine,
play my
Gary.
character again.
The
Your
use
character
this
was
as
fun.
any
Your
inspiration
character
you
was
wish.
pretty fun.
They're dead.
So,
you.
I will say that 10 candles, the universe that exists in a game of 10 candles only exists in that universe. And it only exists in that game, rather. In this one, we got a lot of the existent lore of Greek gods and whatnot wrong, but that doesn't matter because this is this universe and not the
It
other
was
universe.
still a good story.
Yep,
A
it
lot
was
of
fun, and that's
Nice
the
cop
important
out.
bit.
Nice cop out. Good job. Good job.
Oh, fuck off.
We did it right. We just went in from the bottom instead of the top, and every time we went down,
Oh
we
yeah,
went up.
that's the
It all
plot twist.
works-
Is
it
Mount
all worked
Olympus
out like
actually
that.
isn't the highest mountain in the world? It's the lowest. It goes inverse.
Yeah, Crater
Oh.
Olympus.
If only my orb could tell me that. No, my bad rolls
Yeah.
for every single
I'm really
thing.
sorry. I'm really sorry to being mean to everybody.
Oh yeah, I'm really sorry
Nailed
too.
it.
Just
But
so
you
know.
I'm sorry too. I hope that
You
wasn't too much.
survived.
Vebs gave me
adored
narcissistic,
it.
and I
Don't
was
get me
trying to
wrong.
think like,
I-
how do I do?
Hell yes. I
Like
loved your
in character,
character.
I was obviously pissed off as shit. I was like, "Will you stop being so negative
Yeah.
about literally everything?" Holy shit! But
I was-
out of character, I was like, "This is fucking amazing. This is hilarious. I love it."
I was racking my brain, like, how do I do me, I, while still like engaging people? You know?
Oh, you were your
like-
character. I was like, "Oh my god, I hate her character. Oh my goodness, she
was your
makes
vice?
everything about herself.
I don't know.
Everything is
Yeah.
about her."
Narcissistic.
I love it.
I love
Was it
giving you
narcissist?
stuff.
Yeah.
That was great.
I thought about writing narcissist.
Yes,
One
this
second,
one's
y'all.
great. This is the best of us. Clearly.
1 second, y'all. Angel, what were you saying?
No, mine was I think protective or something.
Ah,
Yeah,
I didn't know
protective
what to
was
do
the
with that.
virtue I wrote.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
you try to
didn't know
protect
what
people.
do with that.
You
Yeah.
did well at the very end. You did your best. You filled that out.
You tried to
I
protect the
sacrificed
world.
My goal. I sacrificed
Yeah.
my goal. That was my thing.
it,
I don't know if
It
it was
was
quick-witted,
accidental.
though.
yeah, that's all
I
tinges
really
of it.
wanted that.
Tinges of it.
That was yours.
It's
Yeah.
my
Um,
happiness to protect you all. Even though I
This
don't-
was accidental, but the whole accidentally hitting the shuffle deck button before people saw their brinks actually slightly interesting. Not knowing
I
the
actually
depths
really
you can
like
be pushed
that.
to
Like,
until after you get
having
there.
people not really
It's-
know
Yeah.
what.
I didn't see the.
I guess it is
Yeah, I
interesting.
didn't know until.
It's, I suppose, breaks the original intention of the game. Like, it breaks the meaning of the "I have seen you," whereas like it has been done before.
Mhm.
But I
Right,
think it still
because
works.
Yeah, that is true.
Normally, from the very beginning, you're supposed to know that information, right?
Mhm.
It works as a modifier, not as part of the original.
I'm not gonna lie,
rule
I
set.
speed
works
read
as a
mine, so I
different
knew
way.
what mine was from the very beginning. I knew what my
did it
break was from
different.
moment one, and that I'm gonna say, if we didn't have a human in our party, I was just gonna be a traitor. That's all it was. Like as soon as I saw what my break was, I was like, I'm just gonna kill everybody. That's my goal. I'm gonna try to grab the weapons. I'm not gonna let anybody else touch them.
So-
I'm gonna be the bad guy.
Unfortunately, my
wanted the
headset's about to
power.
die, so I'm going to disappear. This was absolutely
Well, it was
wonderful.
fun
Take
playing
care.
with
Thank you so much
glad
for
to have
showing up.
played
Yes.
with you all, and
Thank
thank
you,
you
thank you.
so much for running it. This was incredible.
Oh my goodness, Vevs.
You're
Vevs.
awesome, Neon.
I was totally
yes.
like,
Also, just so you know, there is a
Thanks.
Thank you.
That cheeky
from like
motherfucker.
literally the very beginning, right? Like I was like, oh yeah, I specified
Good to
she's
know.
not the patron of any currently the patron of any city. I was like, nudge nudge, but then like if your character hadn't immediately killed themselves at the end, like, oh, I was
Here's a
going
question.
to
Can
I was
you
going to
use
call
this?
back to that, like, be like,
Mhm,
you know,
mhm.
you
Let's
know,
do the
I will
work
tear, like you know, I will
No,
tear
it's
tear it all
like-
down.
I think if I
Oh, no,
rejoined,
you're
it
still
would work
Bevs.
better.
You're still Bevs.
That is true.
Well, yeah, that is true. I am still Vebs.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the main controller
second.
errored out because it was
That
trying to
means-
reference something that didn't exist.
So what I think
This
might have
thing in front of
happened.
me.
What I think might have happened is like I don't think it. I think like I don't. There might be something preventing people from joining. Like once the game already begins, there probably is, and
Well, I
but
was
there
able
might
to
not be a
join
thing
when I first
preventing
began
somebody
the game,
leaving.
though.
Yeah.
When I
I
first
might not have
when I
thought
first
of
came
that.
back, though, I
hype.
was able to rejoin.
It was so hype in
I
the
can't
last
now,
scene, having two people burn their final cards and revert an absolute failure to a perfect success.
But also the majority. Every time the majority we burnt cards this whole fucking game, the second roll was worse than the first.
That is true.
No,
Yeah, the dice are
no, I
amazingly
burnt
kind this
I
time.
burnt my card and went from a 1 and nothing to 2 6s. And then
Pretty sure
Neon
from
did
what
the
you
same
just
thing.
explained, and the fact that player Vevs was in front of me just a second ago, I can start calling you sus now, right?
Yeah.
We're both sus.
That was the
It
entire
was-
frickin' table at the one I attended with Sun being the DM. I accidentally made a reference to sabotaging the reactor, and everyone's just like, Among Us!
Legitimately,
Ah.
For my
I'm
first
not
game of 10
joking.
Candles, I really enjoyed that waffle.
For my character's that I saw you thing that I saw, it said, I saw you spread false information that benefited literally nobody and hurt many people. And I was like, okay, she's a bad guy. She's a bad guy. I'm the bad guy now. So I don't know if you noticed, but in both rooms that the weapons were in, I did not give anybody a chance to touch those things.
I noticed.
I immediately bolted for them. And
She's got
that was
power.
because I was like,
I let you do it. I thought it'd be funny.
yeah, I was just like, he started hobbling in. I'm like, I walk in and grab it. It's just, I was like, because I'm totally just gonna fucking stab them. I'm gonna stab them.
Halfway between
I
a
was gonna walk
goblin
up
and a
and
Twitter
grab it.
user.
Hey man, I was playing an old limping crotchety Quasimodo, and I think I did a good job. So.
And
So,
then unfortunately I failed, and it's like, okay, end of the scene. I was like, oh wait, you're putting the final truth on me? What would be interesting? And I'm sitting there, I'm like, it only works when all the gods are dead. That would be interesting.
Yeah, that truth was a hard hitter.
From my perspective, I found that like, and I suppose it's I guess knowing I suppose how the game works was very beneficial. I think I think this game is probably better on a second playthrough,
That is true.
because like a lot of the things just go smoother. I was kind of able
I
to
do like-
anticipate.
Yes. Super
Um,
super blanky.
I do
now.
like
very different.
the preface of telling people your character will die no matter what. Your character is going to die at the end of this. I do
This
like
is their
that
story.
preface because
Stories come to an
I
end.
love how it took me until
because
the
you
seventh
know
candle.
it encourages still trying to act what your character would do in character without trying to be like, no, I can find the ending where I don't die, because if you say your character will die no matter what, that's gone, and so you just try to tell an interesting story instead.
And Hen, what were you saying?
Well, I went into it knowing that we'd all die at the end, which is why I thought it was hilarious playing Hephaestus. But I love how it took me until the seventh candle to realize that all the dice we've lost per candle is the dice that you get to roll. It just at one point
swear I
it just
mentioned that
clicked
at the
with me.
beginning.
Like, no, I know you did. I know you did. I wasn't listening. I was just like, oh shit, he gets a new dice every. At one point it clicked with me. I'm like, he's getting more dice every candle.
No,
I'm
what,
like,
I didn't even. I
get
also
one
knew
in
it,
me,
but I didn't I didn't have a scale in my head until
I rolled
like
7
we were
dice
like the
against your
fourth one,
3.
and one of us rolled like 4 dice, and then you just
That's when I noticed
roll
it. I
like
was
a
like,
whole
mountain
fucking
of pink.
mountain, and we're like, oh.
yeah, you have the
So
nice and friendly blue that slowly gets replaced, and all of a sudden you just have
I've heard
the
that one.
very the pink, and it's like
I think I am the one who turned off the most candles. I think I was. I don't know.
I must
That
see
was
into the
also
future.
bad.
The future
think I
sucks.
extinguished two.
We had 2 or 3 candles go off
Never.
by themselves, which was fun.
True.
Two
Yeah,
candles just
they're
went out
like-
by
you could tell-
themselves.
Okay,
You could tell which candle was
I-
about to go off because it burned brightly.
Yeah, that's a funny bug.
That-
I kind of wanted to
that-
say, but
I can fix that. If we think it's nice, then I can keep it. But like I can fix that. I now that I know that it exists, that's probably not hard to fix.
Funny because we realized it when it happened. Like we realized, oh, that's what's happening.
The candles
It's
aren't
so
spaghetti
early,
coded.
but-
The cards are. The cards are full of spaghetti code. The candle controller is not. So that I can fix.
It was really funny because we were staring at it being dim, and we're like, "Oh, is it bugged? Why is it dim now?" Just staring
Yeah,
at it,
I
and then
think
it
it hit
goes
the
out.
10
and we're
minute-
like,
10 minutes later.
Wait a minute.
yeah, I think it hit the 10-minute threshold the moment we went into the fade out, because it faded out, and then a couple seconds later it faded up. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I will admit, there was some DM fuckery going on. These candles, you can't see it at the moment, and it probably won't let you swap over. But for me, DM, they have a little number next to each of them, and that is the number of seconds remaining on the candle. I may or may not have noticed about 4 candles about to go out at the exact same goddamn time and hit the pause time button.
No. Oh no.
Yeah.
They randomized within like 2 minutes of each other. I'm like,
Really,
Like, wait a minute,
there
these
is
timers are way
there
too
is
close
like
to
a
each other.
forced
Hold on a second. Wait.
there is a forced grace period, but it's not very long. The
you
forced
can't do
grace
that with
period is
real
like,
candles.
I
Power of
suppose.
VR.
yeah, the forced grace period
Would
is
that
like
be-
5
would
minutes,
that
which
be
is not very
possible
long.
Where like, well, 5 minutes is fine. I was more worried like
It's not very long. 5 minutes is
oh,
not
we
very
get
long.
a 30-second. No, I know. First scene, it's not, but like a 30-second scene. Like, what if one candle went out and then 30 seconds later another candle went out? Like, what are you supposed to do then?
Happens.
Oh, I guess we're doing the truths again.
Yeah, that's the reason. So if it happens like in the middle of the truths, like what you're supposed to do is you just skip a truth. But that was like the feedback I got before even like running the game, was some people had played this game and mentioned to me like they had like one time where like 3 candles went out in a row, and felt that it would probably be better if that didn't happen, right? Like candles going out back to back is can be interesting. It can add like an interesting pacing to the game, but like, you know, literally skipping scenes for nothing is like like 2 candles going back back to back is something,
At
but
this-
like 2
at-
candles
at-
going out
at-
at the same time doesn't really add anything.
At
Just
that
skip
point, you're
scenes.
just skipping an entire scene for extra truths, and I think a lot of what was really fun about tonight was like, at first I thought, oh, the candles are going out really slowly, and then by the end I was like, oh, the candles are going out too quick. I think it was perfect pacing. I think it was very good. So
That is
that's my own. That's my
We're
personal
halfway now, like
take.
immediately.
Yeah, it's funny. The halfway point in this game is not 5 candles. It's about 7. Because you spend the first part of the game succeeding every single roll because the DM doesn't have any dice, and you have 10 plus whatever hope shows up in that time. And so a lot of the times I just didn't roll because I didn't need to. I just kept giving you rolls, so you'd roll more ones and dwindle your dice count down, and then Sylvan got the last dice every single time.
Crazy.
I mean, I was taking that on purpose. I'm going to be honest. I was finding reasons to. I think like that really helped, like understanding like the flow of the game. I was trying to kind of play into it. You know, this game does progress by rolling. And you know, in other contexts of like, you know, live role play, I'm very anti-roll, but like I actually really like the rolling system in this game, so I will
Yeah,
I will
because
play into it.
you get successes, but you lose power over time.
Well, and just the fact that like you fail a roll, you know the scene's about to end and shit's about to happen. I love that.
This
That's
is like my favorite dice system I've seen. A close second was like there was like a Star Wars tabletop game where you had like a force dice, and like every time, and like you know you play the Jedi and like the GM plays the dark side, right? Every time you succeed a roll, you lose one of your dice, like one of the like you lose a light side dice, and the GM gains a dark side dice, and whenever whenever the dark
Angel.
side succeeds, the reverse happens, and then the dark side loses a dice and the light side gains a dice. So like there it goes back and forth, right? Where like if you succeed a lot, the favor swings towards the dark side, and if you fail a lot, the favor swings towards the light side.
It also sounds just like a really fun system.
Yeah.
because I like balanced systems like that, and I'm a huge Star Wars nerd, so that sounds amazing.
So there is another game's dice system that I really enjoy as well, that I still want to run at some point. It's called Don't Rest Your Head. This is a game where the characters have stayed awake for so long that they have hit the 13th hour, and they found the entrance to the Sleepless City. it's been a while since I've looked at the rulebook. I can't remember the name, but the dice system in that is every character starts out with 3 discipline dice, and those discipline dice are basically how to keep a scene from getting out of hand. It's a lot like this, but instead of DM dice, well, the DM does have dice. Like the DM dice in this would be called pain dice, and those are rolled by the DM. But the players have more than one option. They can add, I believe it was called chaos dice, to make a situation more chaotic.
I'm going to kill chaos.
And so they can add
Jack Garland?
It was like 3 chaos dice, and depending on how they roll, you do something different. And there's a 4th one called exhaustion dice. Because these characters have been up for so long, they're in an area that they really shouldn't be. And if they fall asleep by getting 3 exhaustion dice, I think it was, they fall asleep and everything turns on them. And
Stay
it's
awake, the crazier shit gets. That's fun.
yeah, and the dice isn't just high dice wins. It's 1 through 3 are 4 through 6 are successes. 1 through 3 are power. So you may succeed a roll, but whatever rolls the most power is what takes precedence for the scene. So if you roll the most power on discipline, the scene gets less chaotic. It is more handled. You can even remove an exhaustion dice if you wish. If chaos wins, the situation becomes more chaotic. And whatever outcome there is, it needs to add chaos to the situation and become more out of hand. And if exhaustion wins, if you're putting all your hope in exhaustion and it bites you in the butt, you gain another exhaustion dice and you're one step closer to falling asleep in the sleepless city.
Yeah, honestly, like I love
Kind of like
not
Masquerade, but more.
it's dice not for success or for failure, but for pacing is great. Right, like
See,
dice for
I'm just so
pacing.
used to, well, first of all,
Works very
D&D, but like GURPS, where all dice rolls are all just successes or failures. That gets kind of boring. I love games like
Yeah,
this.
roll a d20. Woohoo! Roll a d20.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Roll-
All right.
Roll 3d6.
As somebody who has
Did you make
literally
under
never played a
16?
tabletop, this is really cool still.
Oh, yeah.
Are you guys curious enough to allow me some self-indulgence and let me read out the other
Yes.
premise, the Beyond the End of Time? Because I'm actually kind of proud of that
think
other one
you-
came out.
Yes.
Oh, 100%. I
Yes.
think you read it out to me
Yes.
in VC the other night. Go, yeah,
Alright.
go for it.
Now, which freaking monitor? But there you are. So, this was Pantheon, and this is how my chat, you can see this too. This is called Beyond the End of Time. The universe used to be so lively. It started with an impossibly large explosion, with uncountable civilizations rising and riding the sparks, each with their own stories, their own loves and wants and hatreds and wars and inventions and peace. But now, here at the end, it's quiet. It's quiet and it's dark. The stars had started to go out long ago, their supernovae becoming the universe's last great roars into the eternal night. Some civilizations, like ours, managed to take up residence around black holes, building grand structures to convert their rotational energy into a poor facsimile of the glorious light that once filled this now desolate cosmos. But entropy, like claims all, and even those black holes have become still. But here at the end, a new signal tears through the infinite night. A call to action. A name. Navis Extra Tempus. The ship outside of time. The signal is powerful. More powerful than any supernova or evaporating black hole. More powerful than the light of galaxies of old. It is a tune that reverberates throughout the universe itself. A bell in a silent cathedral. You are part of the final explorers, sent out from humanity's last home in search of the source of the signal. Embarking on the Eternia, a ship powered by a singularity drive, You are tasked with discovering the last possible hope for the continuation of your civilization. But the signal is loud. Humanity is likely not the only ones who have heard it. The universe is dark, and they are awake.
I love
That
it.
sounds so fun.
I love it. I
that's
fucking
gonna
love
That's
it.
gonna be a really fun one too.
I can't believe we didn't even
Especially-
get to see
especially
what they were because we all just
Especially 'cause
died trying to get fight there without even seeing them.
The gods are, you know, that's very on brand.
Well, every time a candle goes out,
Incredibly
you say the
on-brand.
world is dark, you can just say the universe is dark, and you'll be telling the truth. It'll be a good time.
Very true. Could switch up
You
the
know
formula a little
something?
bit in that way.
sounds
I
like
have
a
been so
perfect
excited to
recipe for
finally
Dark
get into one of
Souls.
these, like, because Selene's been working on the map for, like, I was there helping her play test a bit of it, just make sure things were working properly. And I was like, this map is so cool! But then I never managed to
wanna
get
say it.
in.
Next
It's
time,
awesome.
And
I'm looking
I'll.
forward to
now
next
that I
week
get
as
in, I'm
well.
like, I see why you were so excited yesterday, being like, hey, are you ready? Are you ready? I see why you were jumping now. I was like, oh, I get it. This
Next
is
map
fucking
I make will be
awesome.
more robust. This one is a bit iffy. I was still learning, but
No,
Did
it's
you
awesome.
intend for
Well,
the
and-
chairs to look like candles?
no, I
They
haven't
look like
thought of
everything,
that.
apparently.
They look like a lot of things. Yeah.
The chairs totally look like candles.
So the funny thing is, the last scene, or the last session, rather, we were doing a near-future sci-fi set on the moon,
Mm-hmm.
and, you know, they kind of came out to be like this conquering alien body snatcher force. And I couldn't help but make the observation that these look a lot like the crowns on the illustrations for War of the Worlds. For the aliens, the Martians. But they
Yeah,
also look like
They were
candles.
here
The
the
chairs
whole
look like
time.
the chairs look like a lot of things. So that's been an
Listen,
observation
chairs
that's
They
been
don't
made
look
more
like
than
a
once.
candle flame. I'm telling you, they look like a
Imaginations
candle
will make them, and it's
flame.
always going
Like
to
an
be bad.
artistic rendition of a candle flame.
Well, I have to go eat. But thank
Bye,
you,
then.
Simon. Thank you,
You
Waffle.
got a chance
Thank
to
you,
wear your
Vance.
mask.
It was a lot of fun. Yes, I did. I hope the mask,
You've got a
fit the
curtain on
setting.
your face.